Chapter 876. The chanting of the divine halls of West Hill had stopped, but the chanting of these strange people was still going on. Looking at their bamboo hats and the faint smell of fish, the headmaster of the Revelation Institute finally guessed who they were. His face turned even paler. Without any hesitation, he shouted with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, "I will obey your orders. Break!" This shout was the first sentence of the first paragraph of the West Hill scripture on birth to the world. It was integrated with his knowing destiny state cultivation and decades of chanting classics, so it was naturally extraordinary. The chanting in front of the altar finally came to a complete stop. However, what made the dean's heart palpitate was that these people's chanting didn't come to an abrupt end after his shout. Instead, it was like a fisherman's song, dragging out a long, smooth, and divine note before it ended. "It's been 600 years. The headmaster of the Revelation Institute looked at the dozen people in front of the altar and said with a pale face, "It's been 600 years. Why did you come back?" Standing in front of the group was an old man with a dark face and deep wrinkles, like leather that had been pressed down by a heavy object for a long time. He had a short and sparse beard and a calm look in his eyes. He looked like an old farmer who had seen all the joys and sorrows of the world. But because of the faint smell of the sea, he looked more like an old fisherman. The old man said, "We belong to Haotian Taoism. Why can't we return to the divine halls of West Hill?" The headmaster of the Revelation Institute was silent for a moment and asked, "May I know your name?" "Zhao Nanhai, from the South Sea." The old man looked at him and said, "The right to light is held on the Peach Mountain. The divine hall of light should be the host. Since when is it the divine hall of revelation? The South Sea is the direct descendant of the divine hall of light. Since the great divine priest of light is empty, I have to come back to preside." The guests at the right to light today were either powerful cultivators or nobles in the secular world. They all had some understanding of the hidden history of Haotian Taoism. Hearing this, many people had already guessed the origin of this person. They were shocked and wondered if he was really a descendant of the great divine priest of the South Sea. The divine halls of West Hill was the center of Haotian Taoism's rule. The hierarch was the leader of the three great divine priests of light, revelation, and judgment. The hierarch was in charge of all affairs. The great divine priest of revelation was in charge of perceiving Haotian's decree and cultivating divine priests. The great divine priest of judgment was in charge of maintaining the order of Haotian Taoism, carrying out punishments and killing traitors and cultivators of the devil's doctrine. All of them had great authority. Only the great divine priest of light had no specific duties, but he was the most transcendent existence. The great divine priest of light was regarded as the mortal closest to Haotian. He was ranked first among the three great divine priests and even had a prestige no less than that of the hierarch. There was even a saying that there was no hierarch in the West Hill Divine Palace before the first year of Daji more than 3,000 years ago. The emergence of the hierarch was because Haotian Taoism tried to suppress the products of the School of Light. For 1,000 years, the three most powerful people in the West Hill Divine Palace were all from the Divine Hall of Light. The first one was the great divine priest of light who brought the Ming hand scroll of the tomes of arcane to the wilderness and eventually founded the Enlightenment doctrine. The most recent one was Wei Guangming, who had been imprisoned in the Yu prison for more than 10 years and had died together with Yen Sei. The last one was the owner of the Divine Hall of Light 600 years ago. The great divine priest of light studied the West Hill scriptures since he was a child and was highly respected. He went to the Jishou Abbey to read 3 volumes of the Tomes of Arcane. Haotian Taoism thought that he would become the next abbey dean of the Jishou Abbey. However, who would have thought that he had a chance to read the Buddha's notes and was enlightened? He began to try to comment and revise the West Hill scriptures that had been passed down for countless years. This was a huge project and also made Haotian Taoism feel uneasy. The scriptures were taught by Haotian. How could they be revised at will? At that time, the great divine priests of judgment and revelation and the hierarch all objected to his approach. They thought that he had gone astray. In the end, the academic disagreement gradually turned into a power struggle. The great divine priest of light state was unfathomable. Whether it was in cultivation state or in debating, he was not at a disadvantage when he fought against the three of them alone. There was also a fierce struggle within the divine hall. Wei Guangming escaped from the Yu prison and there were countless casualties on the Peach Mountain. Before that, the civil strife caused by the revision of the scriptures 600 years ago was the most tragic period in the history of the West Hill Divine Palace. The civil strife in the Divine Hall was so terrible that it affected Haotian Taoism's control over the human world. The Jishou Abbey, which was hidden from the world, had to take action. However, even the abbey dean and those reclusive elders could not tell who was right and who was wrong. At this moment, they could only make what they thought was the most correct judgment. Haotian Taoism did not allow the great divine priest of light to revise the West Hill scriptures and asked him and the dozen priests in red who were loyal to him to leave the Peach Mountain. However, they recognized his orthodox position. The great divine priest of light then left the Peach Mountain and went to the South Sea to preach. He made a great vow that unless Haotian sent a miracle or Haotian Taoism admitted its mistake, he would never step on land. After that, there was occasionally news from the South Sea. Some people floated on the sea in boats and went back and forth between the small islands to preach to the undeveloped savages. The news kept coming back to land. The preacher did not feel tired for many years and was honored as the great divine priest of the South Sea. It was not until decades later that the news of his death came. The West Hill Divine Palace always knew that the great divine priest of the South Sea was the great divine priest of light who had left the Peach Mountain. When they heard of his death, they could not help but feel sad and left an official memorial tablet for him in the Divine Hall. This was the origin of the great divine priest of the South Sea. After the death of the great divine priest of the South Sea, there was little news of someone preaching on the sea. Later, there was even no news coming back to land. The West Hill Divine Palace thought that the priests who followed him had already left or disappeared. Now that more than 600 years had passed, they thought that the lineage of light in the South Sea had already been broken. Who would have thought that the great divine priest of the South Sea had a successor and had returned to the Peach Mountain? The people around the altar were extremely shocked, especially the priests and deacons in the Divine Hall who knew about the past. Their expressions were extremely complicated. After 600 years, these people actually came back. Not everyone did not know that the lineage of the great divine priest of the South Sea had not been broken. For example, Yi Hongyu knew very well that Chen Pipi's mother was a direct descendant of the great divine priest. The hierarch also knew about this. The veil on the sacred sedan fluttered slightly. In the boundless light, the hierarch leaned forward slightly. He did not speak, nor did he look at the guests from the South Sea. Instead, he looked at Chen Pipi quietly. Half of Chen Pipi's blood was from the South Sea. So why did these people from the South Sea appear on the Peach Mountain today? Did they want to save him? The headmaster of the Revelation Institute wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and looked at the old man of the South Sea called Zhao Nanhai. He said in a low voice, "Even though you belong to Taoism, do not forget the vow that the great divine priest of the South Sea made when he left the Peach Mountain." Zhao Nanhai said emotionlessly, "We of the South Sea have never expected you rotten people living on the Peach Mountain to admit your mistakes. But since you dare to hold the right to light, it means that Haotian has sent a miracle. We have returned from the South Sea. How have we broken the vow?" The headmaster of the Revelation Institute did not know how to answer. The right to light was paused. The West Hill scripture to heaven was not finished. The light that fell on the white stone altar gradually dimmed. Chen Pipi felt the pressure gradually disappear. The melting snow mountain and ocean of qi and even his internal organs stabilized. Only then did he realize that he was pulled back from the brink of death. He looked at the people from the South Sea in front of the altar and found them not familiar. He was very young when he left the South Sea. He had no memory of those people and the things that happened in the past. However, he knew that these people were his mother's relatives. In other words, these people were his relatives. Logically speaking, the people from the South Sea had saved his life, and they were also his relatives. At this time, he should be more excited, or at least show some gratitude. But Chun Pippi did not. He just looked at them quietly. Even if he could not remember anything, he still remembered that these people preached on the difficult sea. They did not care about anything except preaching. They were as cold to themselves and to others as the sea. He had forgotten what his mother said before she died. But now that he thought about it, if the people from the South Sea did not want to return to Peach Mountain, why would they send his mother to his father? Chun Pippi was very clear that the people of the great divine priest of the South Sea did not return to Peach Mountain to save him. Even if there was a reason, it must be related to his father. The people of the great divine priest of the South Sea returning to Peach Mountain seemed to be able to win back the control of Hautian Taoism for the Jishou Abbey. However, his father should know that she was in the divine hall of light. As long as she was in the human world, anyone who dared to challenge the West Hill Divine Palace could only die. Not to mention these descendants of the South Sea, even if the great divine priest of light came back to life 600 years ago. What did his father want to do? There was a bamboo couch by the lake in the Jishou Abbey. The Abbey Dean lay on the couch, holding something in his hand. He looked in the direction of Peach Mountain outside the walls of the abbey. The middle-aged Taoist was brewing tea by the couch. Long Qing was reading the tomes of arcane in the hut across the lake. The middle-aged Taoist poured the tea and gently placed it by the couch. The Abbey Dean slowly took the teacup with his new fingers and took a sip. The middle-aged Taoist looked in the direction of Peach Mountain. After a long silence, he said, "What a pity." The Abbey Dean knew that his younger brother meant two things. On the day when the headmaster ascended to heaven by the Sisui River, he stepped down from heaven and crushed the green mountain behind the abbey. All the hidden masters of Hautian Taoism were killed. From that moment on, the focus of Hautian Taoism had shifted from the Jishou Abbey to the West Hill Divine Palace. Because power had nothing to do with faith, but only with power. He was still there, and the Jishou Abbey was still the leader of Hautian Taoism. But now he was useless. Although the middle-aged Taoist was in a high state, it was not enough to intimidate Hautian Taoism. So the Jishou Abbey was destroyed. The middle-aged Taoist said it was a pity that the real power of the Jishou Abbey was crushed by the headmaster. The second was a pity for the great divine priests of the South Sea on Peach Mountain. Because she was in the human world. She was on Peach Mountain. I don't think it's a pity. The Abbey Dean threw the thing in his hand on the ground beside the couch. It should be some hard object. Then he looked at the ground and said, "She can't win, at least not today." The middle-aged Taoist looked over and saw two pieces of old ox bones, one upside down and one upside down on the ground. This was it. Chapter 3, Try to finish before 4:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 877. The middle-aged priest said, "Man's plan is not God's plan. Heaven can calculate everything, but she might not be able to calculate herself." The Abbey Dean held his teacup and looked at the Peach Mountain outside the wall. In order not to let the one in the Divine Hall of Light know his plan, he did not even know what he wanted. If that one could return to the kingdom of Hautian, he would let the South Sea people return to the Peach Mountain. It could be said that the true successor of the Divine Hall of Light would be hosting the right to light. But if that one could not return, then the right to light would be meaningless. Taoism had to consider its future. The South Sea people were his power, and Chen Pipi did not need to be sacrificed. The middle-aged priest said, how could she lose? The Abbey Dean said, she was kept in the human world by the headmaster. If she could not sever her ties with the mortal world, then she would lose. The middle-aged priest said, even if she could not, she could still take the lives of Taoism. The Abbey Dean said, although she has come to the human world and is no longer the Haotian I believe in, she must be absolutely objective and fair just like Haotian. I have done so much for Haotian Taoism, why does she want to kill me? I have traded my faith for my survival. No one can break it. The middle-aged priest asked, what about the South Sea people? The Abbey Dean said, if they can live, then they will be the future of Taoism. If they die, then please rest in peace. In the front yard of the Peach Mountain in the Divine Halls of West Hill, the head of the Revelation Institute stared at Zhao Nanhai and asked, what do you want? After 600 years, the great divine priest of the South Sea had returned to the human world. Of course, it was not for the right to light. Zhao Nanhai looked up at the Divine Hall of Light and said with a complicated expression, we want to return to the Divine Hall of Light and light the eternal lamp. The South Sea people inherited the great divine priest of light and were recognized by Taoism. Now that the divine priest of light was without a master, it was not unreasonable for them to ask for the position. Most importantly, from the previous rite, people could vaguely feel that these returning divine priests might really have the ability to return to the Divine Hall of Light. Hearing the South Sea people's request, the hierarch no longer leaned forward. Instead, he sat up straight with indifference, as if he did not care at all. If it were before, even if he were to face the South Sea bloodline that had suddenly returned, he would find it a little tricky, because whether from the perspective of orthodoxy or inheritance, the other side had the qualifications and reason to retake control of the Light Palace. But now he did not care about this matter at all. Even though the eternal lamp had been extinguished, it did not mean that there was no one in the Divine Hall of Light. But as long as the hierarch was still in the Divine Hall of Light, no one could return would be the greatest joke in the human world. The chief of the Revelation Institute looked at the people of the South Sea and said, the succession of Haotian Taoism is a matter of great importance. We will discuss it seriously after the rite to light. Now, please step aside. Apart from the sect leader, no one knew the true purpose of this rite to light. Not even the dean knew. However, the rite to light was the grandest sacrificial ceremony of the Tao sect. He could not allow the people from the South Sea to disrupt it. There was a young girl among the people from the South Sea. She was Miss Xiaoyu, who had declared that she would wipe out the black ink garden when they passed by Mogan Mountain. She looked at the headmaster and said mockingly, the people of the Divine Hall of Revelation are ignorant and incompetent. They can't even read the worship to heaven well. What qualifications do they have to host the rite to light? You should be the one to step aside. The head of the Revelation Institute's expression darkened when he heard this. However, the previous facts had proven that he was indeed inferior to these people from the South Sea in terms of understanding and mastery of the West Hill scriptures. Zhao Nanhai looked at the hierarch in the chariot and said expressionlessly, the Divine Hall of Light has been without a leader for nearly 20 years. Haotian Taoism served the heaven to attack the Tang Empire, but in the end, they gained nothing and suffered heavy losses. The great divine priest of Revelation has returned to the divine kingdom for several months, but there is still no successor. The hierarch lord can be called muddle-headed. The crowd burst into an uproar. No one had expected that the successor of the great divine priest of the South Sea not only wanted to regain control of the Divine Hall of Light, but also wanted to remove the hierarch from his position as the Lord of Peach Mountain. The South Sea lineage only had a dozen or so people, so where did they get their confidence from? The front yard of Peach Mountain was crowded with powerful cultivators. No matter how weak the Divine Halls of West Hill was, they could still suppress these people. The divine priests and deacons of the Divine Halls of West Hill were enraged by this man's disrespect towards the hierarch. Some of them even yelled at him. However, the hierarch in the chariot remained silent, which made people feel strange. But no one knew that it was because he did not care to answer. Seeing that the figure in the chariot was still calm, Zhao Nanhai frowned slightly. He did not expect that the hierarch of West Hill was not as hot-tempered and arrogant as he was rumored to be. His eyes swept across the guests around the altar and suddenly fell on the national master of the Golden Tribe and General Lebu. He scolded unhappily, "Even the barbarians from the grassland can come to Peach Mountain to attend the ceremony. The divine halls are getting more and more out of hand." He was talking about the Golden Tribe royal court, but he was still criticizing the divine halls of West Hill. He was still aiming at the hierarch in the chariot. Before the divine halls could react, Lebu raised his eyebrows. The national master looked at Zhao Nanhai without saying anything. He held the wooden tripod and smiled. Zhao Nanhai was the most senior in the South Sea. He had reached the peak of knowing destiny in the divine skills of West Hill. If the South Sea wanted to take over the divine hall of light again, he would be the best candidate to be the great divine priest of light. However, the most powerful man in the South Sea frowned slightly when he saw the faint smile on the national master's face. The wrinkles on his tanned face deepened and he looked extremely solemn. There was no wind on the front yard of Peach Mountain. The chi of heaven and earth did not change. Zhao Nanhai and the national master merely looked at each other and their sense of perception was stirred up. This was a battle of pure psyche power. It did not move any objects or disturb the autumn leaves. Outsiders could not feel any fluctuations. But it was extremely dangerous for the two of them. The national master of the Golden Tribe had only cultivated his psyche power. After decades of meditation, he had cultivated his psyche power deeply. Even Ning Ke, whose psyche power was as strong as the ocean, almost suffered a great loss when he met the national master in the wilderness last year. Although Zhao Nanhai's cultivation state was unfathomable, he had cultivated the divine skills of West Hill. It was only natural that he was at a disadvantage when the national master dragged him into a dangerous battle of psyche power. Zhao Nanhai snorted. There seemed to be a divine light shining from his eyes. It floated a few inches away from his cheeks and then disappeared. He had used the divine skills to cut off psyche power and forced himself out of the battle. The national master did not look at him anymore. He held the wooden tripod and said nothing. His face was still smiling. The battle between the national master of the Golden Tribe and the most powerful descendant of the South Sea began quietly and ended abruptly. Zhao Nanhai seemed to be at a disadvantage. But when he sensed that something was wrong, he withdrew from the battle of psyche power. One had to admit that the national master's attainment in the divine skills of West Hill was unimaginably high. The battle ended in an instant. Many people around the altar did not even know what had happened. General Lebu, however, remembered the humiliation he had suffered. He took a step forward and punched from afar. Lebu was the most powerful martial artist in the Golden Tribe royal court. His muscles and bones were as tough as iron. Every move he made could shake the earth and mountains. When he punched from afar, the chi of heaven and earth in the front yard whistled along with it. It was as if he had thrown a small mountain at the people of the South Sea. Zhao Nanhai looked at the national master of the Golden Tribe. He did not care about the punch at all. A skinny man from the South Sea took a step to the side and also punched without any fancy moves. The previous battle of psyche power took place in the air. Now, the fists of Lebu and the skinny man from the South Sea were also launched from several meters away. The wind in front of the altar suddenly roared, accompanied by the sound of thunder. With a loud bang, the two fist intents met in the air. The peach blossoms that had fallen on the ground before the right to light were shaken and fluttered like butterflies. Then, they were torn into countless pieces. The ground in front of the altar seemed to have gone through a drought for several years. There were many deep marks on it. The cracked ground looked like it would collapse at any time. The lean man gave a muffled groan and took a step back. The bamboo hat on his head split open like it had fallen to the ground, and then it rustled and fell, the fragments covering his head and face. General Lebu did not step back. He just swayed a little and then slowly withdrew his fist. He looked at the people from the South Sea and said indifferently, "The successor of the great divine priest of the South Sea, is just so. Zhao Nanhai looked at the national master of the Golden Tribe and said, "No wonder you could stand against the Tang Empire for so many years. You are indeed impressive." The national master of the Golden Tribe and the general had shown their powerful states. It was not surprising that they could stand against the Tang Empire for so many years. What really shocked people was the people from the South Sea. The South Sea lost both battles. But people could clearly see that Zhao Nanhai's state was indeed unfathomable. If he really went all out, even the national master of the Golden Tribe would find it tricky. As for that lean man who was slightly inferior to General Lebu, he only stood at the 6th place among the people of South Sea. If the people of South Sea were ranked according to their strength, didn't it mean that all of them had the strength to approach or even defeat Lebu? Lebu was the most powerful martial artist in the Golden Tribe royal court. If all the people from the South Sea were in such a state, the divine halls of West Hill would be in big trouble today. How would the hierarch, who was the target of the South Sea people, deal with it? The hierarch still did not say anything because the divine halls of West Hill had their own people to deal with this matter. It was the divine hall of judgment that was responsible for maintaining order in Taoism. At this moment, Xiaoyu from the South Sea looked at the sacred sedan of judgment and saw a beautiful woman sitting behind the blood-red gauze. She asked, "Are you Yi Hongyu?" Yi Hongyu ignored her. A deacon from the judicial department said coldly, "This is our Lord of Judgment. What do you have to report? If you need anything, tell us now." "So you are the current Lord of Judgment." The South Sea girl looked at the sacred sedan and felt that the color did not look good. She said, "Come down, I want your position." The front yard of Peach Mountain was in an uproar. No one had expected that this girl would be so bold as to ask Yi Hongyu to give up her position as the great divine priest. That was close. The first chapter was out before 10 o'clock. The next chapter should be out before 12:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 878. Yi Hongyu thought of the previous 2 battles and was speechless. In the West Hill Divine Palace, she was the one who studied the divine skills the most. However, she found that the South Sea people were indeed the successors of the light 600 years ago. Zhao Nanhai's attainments in the divine skills were even better than hers. And the fight between Lib and the lean man from the South Sea was vaguely similar to the fight between Tang and Xiaoho. Lib deserved to be the #1 martial arts expert in the royal court, but where did the lean man learn to be so skilled? She was thinking about these things in the sacred chariot. Her subordinates from the judicial department were watching her from outside the chariot, waiting for her orders. At this time, the tactical array in the Peach Mountain was ready. 2,000 papal cavalrymen had gathered and were ready to charge. Hundreds of black-robed deacons were ready to collect the bodies of the people from the South Sea. At this moment, the voice of the South Sea girl rang in front of the altar. She sounded calm and proud. Yi Hongyu raised her eyebrows. The priests and black-robed deacons around the sacred sedan looked even worse. They were waiting for the great divine priest's order to activate the array and kill all the arrogant South Sea people. Yi Hongyu looked at the girl quietly, as if she was looking at her proud self many years ago. She did not order the judicial department to attack. Instead, she wanted to kill them. Chen Pipi had been sitting on the altar. Because of the return of the South Sea people, he was almost forgotten as a sacrifice for the right to light. He was very satisfied with his current situation. Since he could not guess the real reason why his father sent the South Sea people back to Peach Mountain, he just needed to keep himself alive. He asked the West Hill Divine Guards to get him some tea and melon seeds. Of course, no one paid any attention to him. But he still enjoyed the show until he heard the words of the South Sea girl. Looking at the healthy skin and delicate eyes of the South Sea girl, he sighed. He thought to himself, she is quite pretty. Why did she mess with that woman? Wouldn't it be a pity for her to die like this? The girl from the South Sea did not notice his expression. She looked at Yi Hongyu in the sacred sedan and said, I have been cultivating Taoism since I was a child and mastered the divine incantation at the age of 17. I am the youngest person to enter the knowing destiny state besides my cousin. I heard that you also cultivated the divine incantation, but you only reached the knowing destiny state at the age of 20. What right do you have to sit in front of me? People in the field were shocked and they saw that she dared to speak to the sacred sedan of judgment in such a way. At this time, they were even more shocked and they heard that she said that she had reached the knowing destiny state at the age of 17. However, there was more pity and mockery in their eyes when they looked at this girl from the South Sea. They just didn't know what kind of genius her cousin was. It was extremely rare for a cultivator to reach the knowing destiny state at the age of 17. Other than the academy and the Jishou Abbey, it was hard to find such an example. The South Sea girl had her reasons for being so proud. However, everyone in the cultivation world knew that it was not impossible for the great divine priest of judgment, the Tao addict, to reach the knowing destiny state at the age of 17. She just suppressed her realm at the see-through realm with great perseverance, waiting for the perfect opportunity to break the realm. What kind of terrifying state of mind did this require? How strong was his will? Because of this, Yi Hongyu, the Tao addict, had truly surpassed the category of young cultivators. She reached the peak of the knowing destiny state within a few years and became the great divine priest of judgment that everyone looked up to. There were many cultivation geniuses in the world, but who could really reach Yi Hongyu's position? How could ordinary young geniuses compete with such a figure? The South Sea girl felt the eyes of the crowd and was puzzled. She wondered why she did not receive praise or surprise when she reached the knowing destiny state at the age of 17, but only pity and mockery. She thought that the cultivation world of the Central Plains must be afraid of Yi Hongyu's status and deliberately used this kind of emotion to affect her state of mind. She could not help but become angrier and was about to call out her natal Taoist sword. In the beginning, Zhao Nanhai did not stop her from mocking Yi Hongyu, because he knew that his daughter was indeed a genius in cultivation. He also believed that Yi Hongyu's ability to become the great divine priest of judgment at such a young age did not mean that she was powerful. It only meant that the West Hill Divine Palace was declining. The South Sea branch lived in the South Sea and only knew the general situation of the cultivation world of the Central Plains, but not the specific situation. It was not until he saw the expressions of the crowd that Zhao Nanhai realized something was wrong. He called out to his daughter and looked at Yi Hongyu in the sacred sedan of judgment. He said, "My daughter is arrogant and does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Please forgive her, great divine priest." The crowd did not expect him to say this, nor did they expect him to continue. If the rules of the divine hall have not changed, I remember that the position of the great divine priest of judgment has always been obtained through blood. Yi Hongyu sat in the sacred sedan with her chin resting on her hand. Hearing Zhao Nanhai's words, her eyes brightened. She said, "If you can kill me, the seat of heavenly black jade will be yours." The inheritance of the seat of heavenly black jade in the divine hall of judgment had always been accompanied by death. The succession of every great divine priest of judgment was a bloody and tragic history. Yi Hongyu could become the great divine priest of judgment because she killed the previous great divine priest of judgment. Of course, she could completely ignore Zhao Nanhai's challenge. But who was she? She was Yi Hongyu. Her favorite thing was to fight against the strongest. Since she had already seen Zhao Nanhai's profound attainments in divine skills, there was no reason for her not to accept the challenge. However, it was not Zhao Nanhai who came out to fight. It was a middle-aged man who looked like a fisherman. This time, the crowd noticed that this man was ranked 4th in the South Sea Group. He was ranked 4th in the South Sea Group and he wanted to sit on the seat of heavenly black jade. The crowd looked at the tanned, skinny, and short middle-aged man and frowned. He was really overestimating himself. However, after the middle-aged man walked out of the group, his skinny right hand slowly reached out of his red robe. With a clear whistle of a sword, a Taoist sword appeared out of nowhere and floated in the air. With the appearance of the Taoist sword, the skinny, short, and tanned middle-aged fisherman naturally exuded a murderous aura. The autumn wind on Peach Mountain made his robe flutter. What a grand master! The crowd no longer thought that this man was overestimating himself. Lu Yiqing's sword in the scabbard at his waist buzzed faintly. He closed his eyes and felt the sword will in the air. He was sure that even he was no match for this man. Yi Hongyu sat in the sacred sedan. She could not help but frown when she saw that it was not Zhao Nanhai who came out to fight. However, since the middle-aged man had already drawn his sword, she did not bother to change the opponent. She and Ning Kei were people who always fought without hesitation. She casually waved her sleeve and a flash of sword flew out of the sedan and stabbed at the middle-aged man. The Taoist sword came so suddenly that little Yu from the South Sea scolded, "Shameless sneak attack." The middle-aged man looked serious and began to dance in front of the altar. Yi Hongyu's sword was as sharp as ever. It went straight for the middle-aged man's face. A deafening buzz sounded in the air above the front yard of Peach Mountain. The middle-aged man was dancing. He was skinny, tanned, and short. Therefore, he looked very funny when he danced. However, his grandmaster's demeanor was not affected at all. The thin Taoist sword in the air suddenly disappeared along with his dance. It followed a strange curve to the front of the sacred sedan. The trajectory of this man's Taoist sword was too mysterious. It was neither straight nor curved. It was more like a fish swimming in the deep sea. It would move forward and then suddenly turn back. It was impossible to predict where it was going. This was probably the sword will that the South Sea had developed after spending so much time with the sea. Yi Hongyu did not expect this man's sword to be so strange. She frowned and used her psyche power. The sword returned to the front of the sacred sedan and blocked the man's sword. With a soft sound, the blood-colored gauze at the front of the sacred sedan was torn open. The tear was not obvious, but it meant that Yi Hongyu had lost by half a move. The Taoist sword flew back to the top of the middle-aged man's head, ready to strike. In the sacred sedan of judgment, Yi Hongyu slowly sat up. She was the great divine priest of judgment. It was hard to imagine that she had lost by half a move. The small tear in the blood-colored gauze made her look a little embarrassed. Yi Hongyu looked at the middle-aged man outside the sacred sedan. Her expression gradually froze. It was not because she was facing a formidable enemy, but because her killing intent was condensing like the wind and snow. The South Sea girl Xiaoyu looked at the sacred sedan and said, "The great divine priest of judgment is just so." Her father, Zhao Nanhai, did not gain the upper hand in the battle with the nation master of the royal court. Sixth brother had lost to General Buell. General Buell had said that the South Sea successor was just so. Now that fourth brother had won by half a move, she returned the same words to the divine halls of West Hill. Yi Hongyu ignored her. She rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes again. Her sword flew back to her knees. She no longer looked at the middle-aged man in the sacred sedan. Her sword was no longer cruising in the air. She was ready to defend against the man's strange sword. No one in the front yard of Peach Mountain knew what she was going to do. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. At this moment, the front yard of Peach Mountain suddenly became stormy. It was not a real storm, because there was no rain falling. In fact, there was only the sound of the violent wind and the majestic sound of the rain. The sound of the wind was the sound of the sword, and the sound of the rain was the sound of the sword. Yi Hongyu still had her eyes closed. Her Taoist sword was still on her knees. But thousands of white turbulence came out of the sacred sedan and pierced towards the middle-aged man in front of the altar. Every white turbulence was an illusory sword. She closed her eyes, but there was divine starlight in them. She had already seen through the chi of heaven and earth in the front yard of Peach Mountain. She did not use her sword, but thousands of swords came out. Thousands of swords came out. The second layer of the array covering Peach Mountain was faintly glowing. Even the array appeared automatically. It was not hard to imagine the power of the rain of swords. The middle-aged man shouted and summoned his Taoist sword to protect himself. The Taoist sword was extremely thin and looked like a swimming fish. In an instant, it emitted infinite light and tightly protected his body. With countless crisp sounds, thousands of illusory swords fell like rain, enveloping the middle-aged man. However, the thin light sword in front of the middle-aged man did not dim at all. He had used the West Hill divine skill to enter swordsmanship. Everyone was shocked again. No wonder he was the true successor of the South Sea sect of light. He did not show any signs of defeat in the face of the violent sword momentum of the divine priest of judgment. The South Sea girl looked at Yi Hongyu in the sacred sedan and said, "They all say that you are powerful. Is this all you are capable of?" Yi Hongyu rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes. She did not look at her, nor did she look at the middle-aged man. She knew that the middle-aged man was doomed. Ever since she mastered swordsmanship, she had only used this method twice. The first time was before the Verdant Canyon. She used tens of thousands of swords and only trapped Jun Mo for a moment. Today, she only used thousands of swords. But where in the world could she find another Jun Mo? I have to finish the third chapter before 2:30. I am so proud of writing about Yi Hongyu. What kind of mentality is this? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 879. In the front yard of Peach Mountain, thousands of swords were flying everywhere. The South Sea Sword of Light was swaying in the wind and rain, but it was as solid as a rock. Many people thought that the middle-aged man would be able to hold on until the end. Only Zhao Nanhai looked very serious. He looked at the rain of swords and frowned, using swords as a confinement. He was indeed the most powerful cultivator of the South Sea. He had seen through Yi Hongyu's thousands of swords. Back in the Verdant Canyon, even Jun Mo of the Academy had been trapped by Yi Hongyu's confinement of swords, not to mention this middle-aged man. The second most powerful cultivator of the South Sea was a tall and thin old man. He had also seen through the power hidden in the rain of swords. He dashed out from behind Zhao Nanhai and reached his right hand into the air. A beam of Holy Haotian's divine light shot out from his palm, trying to stop the rain of swords and save the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also felt the terror in the rain of swords. He shouted and forced all his cultivation into the thin light sword that was like a swimming fish. The thin sword stabbed towards the divine carriage of judgment while he quickly retreated with the protection of the tall and thin old man's divine light. He wanted to save his own life. With a soft sound, the slender light sword pierced through the bloody gauze and stabbed between Yi Hongyu's eyebrows. Yi Hongyu had already opened her eyes when the tall and skinny old man, who was ranked second in the South Sea, released his divine light. Starlight shone in the depths of her eyes and she could not suppress her anger. She wanted to kill that middle-aged man, but someone was trying to stop her. This made her very unhappy. When the slender light sword stabbed into the sacred sedan of judgment, her eyes became even brighter because of the reflection of the sword. She did not raise the Taoist sword on her knees, but her left hand. The slender light sword was like a swimming fish. Its trajectory was extremely strange, sometimes to the left, and sometimes to the right. However, when Yi Hongyu reached out her hand, the light sword was immediately caught. The light sword trembled and struggled between her fingers like a fish that had landed on the ground and was waving its tail. Her slender fingers were covered with a layer of faint divine light that looked like pincers. With a sizzling sound, a wisp of green smoke rose from the thin light sword. It was turned into scrap metal by Yi Hongyu's divine light. It no longer struggled and was casually thrown onto the ground in the carriage, like a dead fish. Outside the carriage, the middle-aged man who was retreating quickly sensed that the trace of his natal sword had disappeared from his sea of consciousness. He could not help but feel great sorrow, anger, and fear. He spat out blood. He infused the Westhill divine skills into his sword and watched the fish in the sea to comprehend a new sword style. He was indeed powerful. That was why he could avoid Yi Hongyu's Taoist sword and tear the veil of the divine sedan of judgment at the beginning. However, what could he do when Yi Hongyu knew what his sword style was? The Westhill divine skill was her original cultivation. Sword will like swimming fish? There was a word, fish, in her name. A few years ago at the Daming Lake in the wilderness, she turned her Taoist sword into a fish and killed Ning Ke and Mo Shanshan. Now she was the great divine priest of judgment. How could she be hurt by such a sword style? Most importantly, the middle-aged man's sword flew into the carriage and reached in front of her. After receiving Lu Bai's letter, who else in the world could have an unimpeded sword within a foot of her? Even with the help of the South Sea Masters, Yi Hongyu still snatched the middle-aged man's natal sword, causing him to spit out blood and be seriously injured. In everyone's eyes, she had already won, and a proud victory at that. However, she was not ready to give up. Anyone who challenged the great divine priest of judgment would die if he lost. There could not be a second ending. She set up the confinement of sword rain to kill the middle-aged man. Even if the unfathomable tall and thin old man was using Haotian's divine light to block the sword rain, she still wanted to kill the middle-aged man. Whoever she wanted to kill had to die. The sword rain was still falling. The tall and thin old man raised his right palm and supported it with Haotian's divine light. The confinement had not been completed yet. As long as the middle-aged man retreated a few feet, he would be able to escape death. Zhao Nanhai was no longer worried. The tall and thin old man finally heaved a sigh of relief. In that instant, the blood gauze around the sacred sedan of judgment began to move even though there was no wind. The gauze that had been cut by the middle-aged man's Taoist sword fell down slowly. A figure dashed out of the sedan like a fairy and crossed dozens of feet in an instant. She flew past the tall and thin old man and came before the middle-aged man. It was Yi Hongyu. She held her natal sword and stabbed at the middle-aged man. There were gasps in the front yard of Peach Mountain. No one would have thought that Yi Hongyu would leave the sacred sedan of judgment and risk her life as a great divine priest. In the world of cultivation, no one would choose close combat except for martial arts cultivators and the powerhouses of the Devil's Doctrine. Even the sword Garrett of South Jin Kingdom, which was particular about keeping 1 foot in front of the opponent, would not go near the opponent. Yi Hongyu had her own reasons. She had been used to close combat since she was very young. That was because no matter how fast the Taoist sword could fly, it would not be as direct as a sword thrust forward. Only by watching the enemy die in front of her could she ensure that the enemy would not come back to life. Later on, she fought with Ning Ke and learned a lot from him. Even though she did not have the fearless body of the powerhouses of the Devil's Doctrine like Ning Ke who cultivated the Great Spirit, she had learned from Lu Bai's sword. That sword was a matter of course. If it wanted to stab someone, it would stab them. As long as the enemy was within a foot in front of her, there was no way to escape. Even the heavens and the earth could not avoid it. What if the enemy was not in front of her when they were dozens of feet apart? If the Green Mountain did not come to her, then she would come to her. If she came to her, then she would come within a foot of her, then she would die. The middle-aged man was the closest to her sword. He could clearly feel the killing intent from the sword. He could smell fear and death. At this moment, his natal sword had been destroyed, so there was no way he could avoid this sword. He quickly used the Westhill divine skill and gathered the divine flame between his palms, turning it into a ball of blazing light in an attempt to block this terrifying sword. The tall and thin old man was using his right palm to resist the confinement of sword rain. Seeing that his younger brother was in a desperate situation, his face turned extremely serious. He pointed his left hand at a distance. This was not a simple move. The tip of his finger was full of divine flame, like a blooming flower. A thin divine flame shot out from the flower. Although they were dozens of feet apart, the tip of his finger seemed to be pressing on Yi Hongyu's back. Yi Hongyu felt the change behind her, but her expression did not change. She held her natal Taoist sword and continued to stab the middle-aged man. After the Taoist sword stabbed into the ball of light made of divine flame, it made a sizzling sound. But it did not stop, because her sword was also burning with divine flame. She ignored the finger coming from behind because she had to deal with the sneak attack of the tall and thin old man. The middle-aged man would take the opportunity to escape. The most troublesome thing was that Zhao Nanhai would be able to react as soon as she could. She was not afraid, but she would not be able to kill the middle-aged man. She had to kill the middle-aged man, even if she was injured. Because she was the Great Judgment. Anyone who dared to challenge her would be sentenced to death. Yi Hongyu's sword stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest, piercing through his heart. The sound of the beating meat could be heard from the front yard of Peach Mountain. Blood spurted out. The middle-aged man screamed and fell to the ground. Zhao Nanhai, who was standing by the side, let out an angry roar. The tall and thin old man's face turned livid. He withdrew his right palm and attacked her with all his strength, ignoring the confinement of sword rain. The tall and thin old man's fingertip had already crossed the distance of dozens of feet and landed on Yi Hongyu's back. As he attacked with all his strength, Haotian's divine flame followed his finger. Yi Hongyu was about to kill someone, but she had no time to turn around or react. Just when everyone thought she was about to be seriously injured, a golden flower suddenly bloomed on her back. It was right in front of the finger with divine flame. The golden flower was pure and holy. It was the Haotian's divine flame condensed by the Westhill divine skills. Only divine flame could resist the divine flame. When the finger and the flower touched, Haotian's divine flame of the same origin sprayed everywhere. The front yard of Peach Mountain looked like fireworks. It was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at it directly. The tall and thin old man was one of the most senior divine priests in the South Sea, second only to Zhao Nanhai. In terms of Westhill divine skills, he was more powerful than Yi Hongyu, and his cultivation was also more profound. The dazzling fireworks produced by the collision of Haotian's divine flame did not last long before dimming, which meant that he had won. The people of the divine halls of Westhill shouted in shock. Some of them looked anxiously at the sacred sedan, hoping that the hierarch lord could save Yi Hongyu at this critical moment. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectation. The tall and thin old man's fingertip crushed the golden flower on Yi Hongyu's back from dozens of feet away. It fell on her blood-red gown of judgment and tore it again, piercing into her flesh. And at this moment, in her flesh that was pierced by the finger intent, a golden thread suddenly popped out. The golden thread was very thin and seemed to be weightless. However, it was incredibly fast, like lightning. It followed the divine flame of the tall and thin old man and arrived in front of him. Because the speed was too fast, the thin golden thread actually gave off a violent feeling. The tall and thin old man let out a strange cry and withdrew Haotian's divine flame as fast as he could, trying to avoid it. However, the golden thread was made of some unknown material. Not only was it not afraid of the purifying power of Haotian's divine flame, it was even moving at the same speed. It curled up along his fingertip and suddenly tightened. Without a sound, a finger fell on the ground. There was no blood on the wound because it was sealed by the divine flame. In fact, if it were not for the tall and thin old man's quick reaction, the golden thread might have cut off his entire palm. The aura of heaven and earth in the front yard of Peach Mountain stirred slightly. Yi Hongyu floated back to the sacred sedan like a red maple leaf. When she floated past Zhao Nanhai, she glanced at him without any emotion in her eyes. The finger fell without a sound. The front yard of Peach Mountain was even more silent. The tall and thin old man looked at his broken finger in silence. Zhao Nanhai looked down at the peach blossom petals at his feet and said nothing. The rest of the people from the South Sea surrounded the dead middle-aged man in silence. Xiaoyu, the girl from the South Sea, was pale. She could not believe what she had just seen. The silence was broken by 2 light coughs. Then came the sound of the sword of judgment being sheathed. In the blood-colored sacred sedan, Yi Hongyu rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes again. She seemed to be tired. I said 10 o'clock and it was 10 o'clock. I said 12 o'clock and it was only a few minutes late. How accurate. By the way, it's not a fixed time. I don't have a single word in my manuscript. Of course I want to have it, but how can I save it? I can only say that it's useful to set a time limit for myself. Also, there's an announcement on the homepage of Qidian. Starting from midnight on the 28th, the monthly votes will be doubled. If you want to vote, please vote for me 3 days later. It's still midnight tomorrow. Also, YY has a reading activity tomorrow night. You are welcome to watch. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 880. Her originally red lips were now a little pale. She seemed a little tired, but no one thought that she was weak. It was as if her sword was quietly placed by her side, but it had already said 1,000 words. The battle had shocked everyone. They looked at the blood-red divine sedan of judgment and did not speak for a long time. The front yard of Peach Mountain was silent. Yi Hongyu's swordsmanship was completely different from the sacred sword style of Haotian Taoism. It was cold and murderous. The most shocking thing was her style in this battle. The skinny old man was second only to Zhao Nanhai among the divine priests of the South Sea. His West Hill divine skills were profound and exquisite. Even if he was not as good as Wei Guangming, he was definitely better than Yi Hongyu. Before her sword pierced the middle-aged man's heart, the skinny old man had already stretched out his finger. At that time, if she had ignored him or stabbed the middle-aged man and returned, she would not have been forced into a desperate situation by the tall and thin old man. If it was anyone else in that kind of dangerous situation, they would probably have made the same choice. But Yi Hongyu did not care. She killed the middle-aged man in front of her. She used her body to block the skinny old man's finger. Then she cut off the old man's finger in a strange way that no one could have imagined. The strong willpower and absolute confidence in her choice sent a chill down everyone's spine. The great divine priest of judgment had used such a dangerous method to kill. It was not until then that people remembered that before she became the ruler of the seat of heavenly black jade, she was the Tao addict who was famous for her fighting skills. She was the Tao addict who had killed countless people. The result of this battle was beyond many people's expectations. People knew Yi Hongyu's talent in cultivation and her strength. But cultivation always depended on time. After all, she was too young. Therefore, after she became the great divine priest of judgment, people in the cultivation world had always suspected that if the former great divine priest of judgment had not been injured in the battle of Wei Guangming's escape from the Yu prison, she would not have been killed by the young Yi Hongyu. Because of this, after the middle-aged man who ranked fourth among the South Sea divine priests displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster, people in the front yard of Peach Mountain no longer thought highly of her. When she condensed 1,000 swords to break out of the chariot and break out of the confinement, people's opinions changed a little. However, when the thin and tall old man stretched out his finger, people still thought that she would fail. She didn't lose. Even when the two experts from the Southern Sea joined forces, she still won cleanly and cleanly. In the battle, she displayed the power and killing intent of the current adjudicator. She believed that after today's battle, no one in the world would dare to question her qualifications to sit on the seat of heavenly black jade, and no one would dare to disrespect the adjudicator. Xiaoyu, the girl from the South Sea, looked at the divine sedan of judgment with a pale face. She had noticed Yi Hongyu's emotionless look when she returned to the sacred sedan. Yi Hongyu was looking at her father, not her, because there was no proud girl from the South Sea in her eyes. If it had been a moment ago, the South Sea girl would have felt that this was contempt and humiliation. She would definitely have been enraged, but now, she had to admit that this was the truth. She was also a cultivation genius. She had reached the knowing destiny state at the age of 17, which was extremely rare in the history of cultivation. However, she lived in the remote and barren South Sea and had no reputation in the cultivation world. Every time she thought of the so-called 3 addicts of the cultivation world of the Central Plains, she felt contempt and injustice, thinking that they were just lucky people. Since she came to the Central Plains from a small town in the South Sea, what she wanted to do most was to defeat the 3 addicts, the most famous in the cultivation world. She wanted to tell everyone that only she and her cousin were the real cultivation geniuses. That was why when she passed by Mogan Mountain, she wanted to meet the legendary calligraphy addict in the Black Ink Garden. That was also why she challenged Yi Hongyu after coming to Peach Mountain. However, the calligraphy addict did not even fight with her. Yi Hongyu killed her 4th uncle in front of her, and then cut off one of the fingers of the uncle master whom even she respected. If the Tao addict was so powerful, how weak could the calligraphy addict be? The girl from the South Sea looked at the sacred sedan with a pale face. She thought that the cultivation world of the Central Plains was indeed a terrifying place. No one could be famous because of luck. Everyone in the front yard of Peach Mountain was surprised by Ruling Sword's imposing manner. Only 2 people had already guessed the result of this battle, because they were very familiar with Yi Hongyu. It was interesting to say that Yi Hongyu was the great divine priest of judgment of the West Hill Divine Palace. But the people who were really familiar with her and knew her to the bone were the 2 disciples of the academy. Chen Pipi had lamented before the battle that the people from the South Sea were courting death by provoking that crazy woman. Ning Kei, who was hiding in the crowd, had been smiling without saying a word. Chen Pipi only knew that Yi Hongyu was cruel, crazy, and powerful. Ning Kei also knew why she was so powerful. Just as Yi Hongyu had said, in the cultivation world where cultivation states and manners were so important, only she and Yi Hongyu were the ones who truly knew how to fight. They had risked their lives for each other several times. She knew his shamelessness and cruelty, and he also knew that there was a cold golden thread in her body. They were truly on the same path. Apart from the people, there was also a sword that was watching the battle. The sword had been floating quietly in the air in front of the altar. It belonged to Liu Bai and was the most powerful sword in the world. However, since Liu Bai did not come to the Peach Mountain personally, the sword was just an inanimate object in the eyes of the crowd. They did not pay much attention to it. In the fierce battle, they had even forgotten about the existence of the sword. Therefore, no one saw that when Yi Hongyu flew out of the sacred sedan and stabbed the middle-aged man with her sword, the sword nodded slightly in the autumn wind, showing its approval. Because that sword was the great river sword style, and the foot in front of her was the secret art of the sword Garrett of South Jin Kingdom. The great divine priest of judgment is indeed the youngest great divine priest of West Hill in 1,000 years. Zhao Nanhai looked at the blood-red sacred sedan and spread his hands. He said solemnly, "I, Zhao Nanhai, the descendant of light, challenge you." Zhao Nanhai was the most powerful cultivator from the South Sea. Even though he did not gain the upper hand in the battle of psyche power with the national master of the Golden Tribe, his true strength was the divine skills of West Hill. To be able to stand as still as a peach mountain before the psyche power of the national master of the Golden Tribe, one could imagine how terrifying he would be if he went all out. In terms of seniority, he was of the same generation as the hierarch master. He was Yi Hongyu's uncle master. That was why he had spoken rudely to the divine sedan of judgment earlier. However, he addressed Yi Hongyu respectfully now. This meant that he recognized Yi Hongyu's right to be the great divine sedan of judgment. This showed his respect for the divine hall of judgment and his determination to defeat Yi Hongyu. After 600 years, the South Sea returned to the divine halls of West Hill with great determination and hope. In Zhao Nanhai's eyes, the South Sea could definitely shock Peach Mountain in terms of cultivation state. Moreover, after the war with the Academy, the divine halls of West Hill had suffered great losses. Most of the divine talisman masters were wiped out, the great divine priest of revelation was dead, and the hierarch was seriously injured. The only one left to support the divine halls was the Tao addict, Yi Hongyu. Who would have thought that when they came to Peach Mountain, they would find that the hierarch, who was rumored to be seriously injured and on the verge of death, had actually fully recovered. It seemed that he was even more powerful than before. And the young great divine priest of judgment, who they thought had an undeserved reputation, had completely suppressed the momentum of the South Sea lineage by himself. Zhao Nanhai could not allow this situation to continue. Otherwise, he would not be able to overthrow the hierarch and take back the divine hall of light that once belonged to him. That was why he did not hesitate and challenged Yi Hongyu again in the sacred sedan. The young great divine priest of judgment was indeed powerful, but he was still confident that he could defeat her. In the sacred sedan, Yi Hongyu rested her chin on her hand and closed her eyes, as if she did not hear what Zhao Nanhai said. She did want to fight with Zhao Nanhai before because she was very interested in the divine skills of West Hill of the South Sea. But now she did not want to because she was tired. Besides, many things would happen in the right to light today. The people from the academy had not arrived yet. She had already shown her power with the sword of judgment. She did not want to waste more energy. The inheritance of the great divine priest of judgment relied on killing and blood. But this did not mean that the person sitting on the seat of heavenly black jade had to accept endless challenges. If that person did not want to accept challenges, then those who wanted to seize the position of the great divine priest of judgment must first kill a bloody path to the seat of heavenly black jade. She raised her right hand. The divine priests and black-robed deacons of the divine hall of judgment outside the sacred chariot were ready for battle. Hurried hoofbeats came from the front yard. More than 2,000 papal cavalrymen began to gather, ready to charge. Even the big array in Peach Mountain began to show its power. She was the current great divine priest of judgment, so she had the right to fight if she wanted to. If Zhao Nanhai did not want to fight, then he could kill everyone from the divine hall of judgment first. She never cared about dignity on the battlefield, nor did she respect courage. As mentioned before, she and Ning Ke were different in the cultivation world. When needed, they would never hesitate to send a group of subordinates to fight a single enemy. The divine hall of judgment was ready to crush the South Sea. Previously, the South Sea could enter the front yard of Peach Mountain because they were all Orthodox Taoism. Now that the great divine priest of judgment had raised her hand, they could not care less about Taoism. Listening to the dense hoofbeats from afar, Yi Hongyu closed her eyes and thought, 2,000 papal cavalrymen can kill all of you. Do you think you are Jun Mo? The people of the South Sea looked at the 2,000 cavalrymen who had appeared in the front yard. They sensed the hidden power of the Matrix on Peach Mountain and their expressions became extremely ugly. They had been drifting in the South Sea for hundreds of years, cultivating day and night. Although they had reached a high state, their thinking was still rigid. They did not expect Yi Hongyu to ignore the dignity of the Divine Hall of West Hill and choose the most domineering way to deal with the challenge of the great divine priest. It has been 600 years. Is Taoism going to kill each other again? Zhao Nanhai stared at Yi Hongyu in the blood-colored sacred sedan and said in a low voice. The Divine Hall of West Hill held the right to light today. Only the hierarch knew the secret behind it. Everyone else thought that the right to light was an ambush against the academy. No one expected that the successor of the South Sea's light would suddenly return to Peach Mountain and cause such a stir. Although the great divine priest of judgment had shown great power in the previous battle, no one dared to underestimate these people who had cultivated in the South Sea for many years. They thought that even if the Divine Hall of West Hill could crush these people to death, they would have to pay a heavy price, which would affect the Divine Hall's arrangements for the academy. Even though the right to light had already begun and Chunpipi was almost purified by the divine light falling from the sky, the people from the academy had yet to appear. However, everyone present firmly believed that the people from the academy would definitely appear. It was just that they did not know when they would appear. Because of this, the Divine Hall of West Hill did not want to start a full-scale war with the South Sea. The dean of the Revelation Institute looked at Zhao Nanhai and said coldly, the great divine priest of South Sea's memorial tablet is still in the side hall of the Divine Hall of Light. The Divine Hall of West Hill has never denied that you are the orthodox Taoism. The fact that you could enter Peach Mountain means that Haotian recognizes your piety. But if you dare to disrupt the sacred right to light, don't blame the Divine Hall for punishing you for your disrespect. The great divine priest of revelation has returned to the divine kingdom and there is no successor. Who dares to talk about heaven's will? Zhao Nanhai ignored him and turned to stare at the hierarch's tall figure in the sedan. He shouted, the mortals may not know, but everyone in the Divine Hall of West Hill knows that the Jishou Abbey is the Tianshu of Taoism. The man on the altar is the only child of the Abbey Dean. How dare you sacrifice him to Haotian? Aren't you afraid of Haotian's wrath? It was very quiet around the altar. Many people already knew about Chunpipi's background, but no one dared to say it. To them, it meant that the internal strife within Taoism had reached the point of no return. They did not expect the people from the South Sea to point it out. The expressions on the faces of the dozen or so old divine priests became complicated. The dean of the Revelation Institute saw the change in the atmosphere and knew that he could not let this man continue. Otherwise, no one knew what the people in the Divine Hall who still respected the Jishou Abbey would do. He shouted, this man is indeed the Abbey Dean's son, but he has become a disciple of the headmaster of the academy and a student of the second floor of the academy. This alone makes him a traitor. What right does he have to live? The South Sea girl Xiaoyu heard this and realized that the Divine Hall of West Hill really wanted to kill Chunpipi. It was not entirely a trap to ambush the academy. Her face turned pale and she shouted, who dares to kill my man? Chunpipi did not feel close to his mother's family from the South Sea, nor did he like Yi Hongyu. Therefore, he had been watching the show with great interest. The West Hill Divine Guard guarding him could not stand his pestering. Even though they could not really bring him melon seeds, they poured him a bowl of water. He was drinking water from the bowl and happily watching the Divine Hall of West Hill and the South Sea quarrel. He thought to himself that he had not lived in vain to watch such a show before he died. However, he didn't expect to hear the South Sea girl's loud shout immediately afterwards. Men? Who's man? I'm your man. With a puff, Chen Pipi spat out all the water in his mouth. The front of his academy uniform was wet. He looked at the girl in front of the altar and felt sad. It was fine if she wanted to recognize him as her relative, but how could she be so reckless? What kind of show was this when he became the male lead in the end? This is the first chapter. The double monthly votes have already begun. Please support me. I will try to finish the second chapter before 3:15, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 881. The area around the altar became quiet again. The front yard of Peach Mountain had been quiet for too many times today because too many shocking things had happened. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Pipi and said, "Cousin, hold on a little longer." The hierarch knew about the relationship between Chen Pipi and the South Sea, but others did not. He was surprised to hear the South Sea girl call him, "my man." Now that she called Chen Pipi cousin, he recalled what she said and realized that the young knowing destiny one she mentioned was Chen Pipi himself. Chen Pipi was also surprised. He nodded subconsciously while holding the bowl of water. Then he realized that he should not have nodded. Did his father also use the finger marriage method? The war between the divine halls of West Hill and the South Sea was about to begin. In fact, neither side wanted to start the war because they both belonged to Taoism. Their opponent should be the academy. At this point, the only one who could solve the problem was the hierarch. After the Jishou Abbey lost the favor of Haotian, the hierarch became the leader of Haotian Taoism. The hierarch behaved very strangely today because he did not speak much from the beginning to the end. He was totally different from the rumored irascible and irritable person. No one knew that it was because he thought that he was no longer who he used to be. Many years ago, when Xiong Chumo was not the hierarch of West Hill and was just an ordinary divine priest, he followed his master to preach in the wilderness. There he met his lifelong enemy, Lin Wu, the Grandmaster of Devil's Doctrine. It was during this encounter that his lower abdomen was severely injured by Lin Wu and he could no longer have sex. Not having sex was not necessarily a bad thing for a cultivator. From that day on, Xiong Chumo gave up all his desires and cultivated diligently. Finally, he entered Taoism with the principle of heaven and became the hierarch of West Hill. His lifelong enemy, Lin Wu, cultivated 23-year cicada cultivation and became the third sister of the academy, Yu Lian. Xiong Chumo also became the hierarch of West Hill. However, this incident had a great impact on his temperament. The result of eliminating human desires with the principle of heaven did not mean that human desires would disappear completely. On the contrary, the desires hidden deep in his body became stronger and stronger until they became abnormal. That was why he was so irritable in the past years. Xiong Chumo liked her tall image, but she didn't like her hot-tempered image. As the West Hill hierarch, he had seen people like himself who were at the peak of the cultivation world. Those people, whether it was the three great divine priests or Lu Bai, all had the elegant bearing of a grandmaster. He also wanted to be like them, but he couldn't do it because there was always a fire in his lower abdomen that he couldn't vent. It was not until recently that Haotian came to the human world and gave him good fortune. With the clear blue sky behind him, he was invincible in the world. His mind was clear, and he thought that he should be a little more carefree. He did not care that the successor of the great divine priest of South Sea suddenly came to Peach Mountain. Even though he knew that these people must be related to the Abbey Dean, they were still not qualified to enter his sight. If the people of the South Sea really dared to go against great heaven's will and disrupt the right to light, he could naturally suppress them by force. That was why he was calm and silent, appearing unfathomable and unreachable. The mission of the Right to Light was to open the passage to Haotian's divine kingdom. But for him, it didn't matter even if it failed. He sincerely hoped that he could kiss the ground in front of Haotian's feet forever. He cared more about destroying the academy in the Right to Light. He wanted to see the most when the 23-year cicada cultivation showed up, he would defeat it with a wave of his hand, and then shock the human world with his elegant bearing. It was a pity that no one from the academy came. That damned Lin Wu refused to show up. Since you are my lifelong enemy, why don't you cooperate with me at this moment? The hierarch looked at the mountains in the distance through the layers of gauze curtains. Seeing the red and yellow autumn leaves on the mountains, he felt so lonely and lost that he couldn't speak. He spoke for the first time that day. His thunderous voice was filled with undisguised contempt, regret, and loneliness. It passed through the layers of gauze curtains and echoed in the Peach Mountain. The academy has no one. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. The entire human world knew that the Right to Light was a trap set by the divine halls of West Hill. After the headmaster ascended to heaven by the Sisui River, the academy and Haotian Taoism fought each other in the verdant canyon, Chang'an, and in the human world. They seemed to be powerful, but they actually paid a heavy price. How could they stop the Right to Light if they knew it was a trap? However, if the headmaster and Kuharan were still alive, even if they didn't have the unimaginable state, would they just watch the disciples of the academy die in front of them? When the hierarch said that the academy had no one, he did not mean that the academy's power had been severely damaged. He meant that after the headmaster and Kuharan, no one from the academy had the courage to break into the Peach Mountain. In the blood-colored sacred sedan, Yi Hongyu had been resting with her eyes closed. The heated debate between Zhao Nanhai and the headmaster of the Revelation Institute did not affect her expression at all. When Xiaoyu from the South Sea said that Chen Pipi was her man, her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. When the hierarch said that the academy had no one, the sarcasm in her smile intensified. She knew that Ning Ke was on the Peach Mountain, but she did not know where he was. She knew that he would attack eventually, but she did not know who he would attack first. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Starlight flashed deep in her beautiful eyes. Even the successor of the great divine priest of the South Sea could not make her open her eyes. Who could make her so surprised? Did Ning Ke attack? When Yi Hongyu opened her eyes in the sacred sedan, there was a rush of footsteps on the mountain road outside the Peach Mountain. It seemed that someone was running. Then there was a heavy sound of metal clashing. Tens of thousands of Haotian believers on the front yard looked back in shock. They saw the cavalrymen of the divine halls were in a mess. They could vaguely see a cloud of dust moving forward. Soon after, the sound from that direction became clearer. There were indeed people running at high speed in the dense forest of cavalrymen, and the sound of metal clashing came from weapons. The deacon of the divine halls shouted from afar, "Someone is breaking into the Peach Mountain." The powerful cultivators and distinguished guests around the altar frowned slightly. They looked at the rising dust and felt it was unbelievable. Was someone really breaking into the Peach Mountain? The divine halls of West Hill was right on the Peach Mountain. No one knew how many powerful cultivators were hiding there. The cavalrymen of the divine halls and the West Hill divine guards were enough to kill almost all the intruders. For thousands of years, only the headmaster of the academy had done it. Who else could break into the Peach Mountain? The great divine priests of the South Sea could come to the front yard because they were the orthodox Taoism. They were guests of the Peach Mountain with Haotian's permission. But who was it? After a while, the dust was getting heavier and heavier. The sound of metal clashing was getting more and more rapid. The footsteps of the intruder had disappeared. It seemed that he was in a tough battle. Try to finish the next chapter before 5:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 882. Hearing that someone had broken into the mountain, the people around the altar couldn't help but be shocked. This mountain was none other than the Peach Mountain. But after a while, they calmed down. The dust was rising and the sound of fighting was getting louder. The battle seemed fierce, but it showed that the intruder was in a tough fight. That was only the periphery of the Peach Mountain, which was the least guarded. It showed how powerful the intruder was. Especially for the national master of the Golden Tribe and Qi Nian of the Buddhism sect, they could tell that the intruder was at most at the peak of the see-through state. Previously, Yi Hongyu was about to order the Divine Hall of Judgment to crush the people from the South Sea. 2,000 papal cavalrymen had gathered into a formation. Even though they could not charge due to the terrain, it was still not a formation that could be broken through. Therefore, although people were curious about the identity of the intruder, they were not worried. Some West Hill divine priests even thought mockingly that this wild cultivator was a lunatic who could not even defeat the cavalrymen at the outermost layer. How dare he make a name for himself by breaking into the Peach Mountain? Since there was no need to worry about the intruders, the focus of attention was still on Chunpipi on the white stone altar. Everyone wanted to know how the Hierarch Lord would respond to the questioning of the successor of the great divine priest of South Sea. Would he continue to maintain his previous calm attitude, or would he be furious and suppress him? At this moment, a song was suddenly heard from the battlefield outside the front yard of the Peach Mountain. It was still far from the altar, so the specific words could not be heard clearly. But the song was clear and pleasant, as if there was grass growing in the song. People around the altar looked back subconsciously. Tens of thousands of believers on the front yard of the Peach Mountain also looked at the dust. They listened to the young and beautiful song and imagined the girl singing. The intruder was in a tough fight. How could he still be in the mood to sing? People looked at the mountain path below the front yard again. There were a few people who did not look away. In the sacred sedan, Yi Hongyu looked at that place quietly without any expression on her face. In the crowd, Ning Ke looked at that place in a daze and began to take deep breaths slowly. On the altar, Chunpipi looked at that place in a daze, his right hand holding the bowl of water trembling slightly. They knew who the intruder was and why he was singing. It was because the desolate men liked to sing, especially before a battle of life and death. They liked to sing to boost their morale. There were also people looking at the place where the smoke and dust rose. Sang Sang stood in front of the Divine Hall of Light, looking down the mountain with her hands behind her back. At this time, there was no one on the mountain. The two maids were in the side hall, and her figure looked a little lonely. She looked at that place without any emotion in her eyes. People looked at the smoke and dust rising from the foot of the mountain and listened to the beautiful yet iron-blooded singing. It was as if they could see countless horsemen charging across the vast wilderness. Suddenly, a discordant sound appeared in the song. It was the dull sound of a violent collision. A majestic warhorse was thrown into the air, and then it was suddenly torn into more than 10 pieces of flesh. Countless drops of blood sprinkled from the air, like rain falling on the ground, and the pitter-patter sound could be heard from far away. The people around the altar heard the dull sound of the collision, heard the miserable neigh of the warhorse in the air, heard the sound of blood falling, and even heard the sound of the warhorse's sturdy body being torn apart. The dull sound of the collision became more and more frequent, and gradually became one. This time, no one thought that the intruder was in a hard fight, because people could clearly hear that the collision sound was somewhat dull and broken, which meant that each collision was caused by the intruder's weapon smashing the armor of a cavalryman of Divine Hall. The collision sound was very dull, so it could be imagined that the intruder's weapon should be very blunt and heavy. But people still could not understand why the armors of the cavalrymen of Divine Hall were engraved with talismans to increase the defensive power, so how could they be so easily smashed? Even if the intruder had a magic weapon in his hand, how could he have such divine power? More than 10 cavalrymen of Divine Hall were thrown into the air, and more cavalrymen of Divine Hall directly fell into a pool of blood, which could not be seen by people on the front lawn. The smoke and dust slowly and unstoppably moved toward the Peach Mountain. It suddenly became quiet around the altar, and no one spoke anymore. After a long time, a deacon of the judicial department of the Divine Hall hurried to the scene and reported, "Someone has broken into the Peach Mountain." It was this deacon in black who first gave the warning. At that time, his voice was very loud, but very calm. He said that someone had broken into the Peach Mountain, but now he sounded a little anxious when he said that someone had broken into the Peach Mountain. Someone broke into the Peach Mountain to state the fact and the enemy's will, but someone broke into the Peach Mountain. It was just one more word, but it had a completely different meaning, because it meant that the intruder had already arrived in front of the Peach Mountain. Yi Hongyu in the sacred sedan ignored this subordinate. Many people around the altar began to frown and guess who on earth was breaking into the Peach Mountain at this time. The smoke and dust finally arrived in front of the Peach Mountain. 200 West Hill Divine Guards rushed over with divine knives in their hands. These West Hill Divine Guards were the direct subordinates of the Hierarch Lord. Under the leadership of Luo Kadi, they did not dare to say that they could sweep the world, but they were extremely powerful. Even Ning Ke found it difficult to deal with these West Hill Divine Guards in Chaoyang City of the Yueluan Kingdom. Dull sounds of collisions and fierce fighting rang out in front of the Peach Mountain, and then it gradually quieted down. It was obvious that the West Hill Divine Guards had gained an absolute advantage. The expression on the head of the Revelation Institute's face became a little better, and the divine priests and deacons of the West Hill Divine Palace also felt a lot more relaxed, thinking that everything should be fine now. At this moment, the intruder's song rang out again. This song, which was like a wilderness with green grass and bloody slaughter, seemed to have some kind of magic. The surroundings of the altar quieted down again, and the battle in front of the Peach Mountain became fierce again. The believers at the periphery of the front yard suddenly scattered to both sides. Amidst the exclamations, there was a whistling sound of wind breaking. Several West Hill Divine Guards were blown away, covered in blood, and hit the big green tree in the distance. Only a few cracking sounds could be heard, but the green tree did not move, while the West Hill Divine Guards became bloody corpses. The people of the West Hill Divine Palace and the guests who attended the Right to Light were not moved by this scene. They were sure that the intruder had just entered the knowing destiny state. They did not know why he was so powerful. However, there were countless masters in the front yard of the Peach Mountain. Why would they be afraid of such a person? Chen Pipi sat on the altar and stared at the battlefield outside the front yard. He looked at the indistinct figure in the smoke and dust. His face turned pale and his hands trembled more violently. Yi Hongyu in the sacred sedan and Ning Ke in the crowd were also staring at that place. In front of the Divine Hall of Light, Sang Sang did not look down the mountain, nor did she look up at the sky. Instead, she looked to the north with her hands clasped behind her back. She looked at Chang'an and the past. Listening to the song coming from the foot of the mountain, she remembered that many years ago in the human world, on the cliff by the snow lake, she had once sung a song to someone, even though that song had no lyrics or melody. Now that she thought about it, it was really a funny thing. She suddenly frowned. She realized that when Chen Pipi was about to tear his belt, she also felt that it was funny. But wasn't it funny to feel funny? The West Hill Divine Guards were defeated. The first array on the front yard of the Peach Mountain revealed itself. It was a soft ray of light. The soft and smooth light seemed to be held up by some kind of power. A protrusion appeared 3 feet above the ground, as if someone was poking a bubble on the surface of the water with a tree branch. The protrusion became more and more obvious until it became a hole with a pop. What could have broken the array of the Peach Mountain? It was a very thick iron rod. There were traces of molten iron on the iron rod. It looked ugly, but it was extremely hard and indestructible. The question was, what kind of power could have corroded such a hard iron rod? The iron rod had pried open the array of light. The smoke and dust from the battlefield outside the front yard poured in through the hole. It was a very magical scene. A figure appeared in the smoke and dust. Suddenly, a flying sword attacked from the foot of the mountain. This sword came from an old divine official. Ning Ke had seen this old divine priest when he first came to the divine halls of West Hill. He was in charge of checking if there were any cultivators in the knowing destiny state. But now he was sneaking up on them. The person in the smoke and dust did not turn around. He casually waved the iron rod in his hand. For some reason, it hit the silent Taoist sword. With a crisp sound, the flying sword was broken in the middle. The old divine priest in the knowing destiny state in the front yard vomited blood and fell to the ground. The black-robed deacon knelt in front of the sacred sedan of judgment and reported in a trembling voice, "That person broke in." People looked at the gradually disappearing smoke and dust. They looked very serious and shocked. They were all powerful cultivators. No matter how high the state of the intruder was, they would not be shocked. Moreover, that person was obviously using the Devil's Doctrine skills. The Devil's Doctrine had been declining. As long as it was not the 23-year cicada cultivation, no one would be afraid. If it was the 23-year cicada cultivation, why would they fight so hard? But they still could not calm down. They were still shocked and even in awe. It was not because he could break through the two lines of defense and the array of clear light. It was because he had shown that his cultivation state was not bad, but it was far from enough to deal with the West Hill Divine Palace. That was why he had fallen into a bitter battle at the foot of the mountain. However, no one could have imagined that he had been constantly learning and improving his cultivation state in the bloody battle. When he finally arrived at the front yard of the Peach Mountain, he had become so powerful. The Buddhism sect paid attention to enlightenment. The Devil's Doctrine paid attention to fighting. But from the beginning to the end, the few battles were so short. How did this person do it? Except for the legend of the eldest brother of the academy who learned Tao in the morning and knew destiny at dusk, when had such a shocking thing happened in the cultivation world? Who was that person? Chen Pipi looked at the figure in the smoke and trembled even more violently. The water in the bowl spilled out, and his clothes that had just been dried became wet again. He knew who she was and why she sang. That song not only gave her courage, but also gave him confidence. She sang to tell him, "I'm here, hold on a little longer." In the crowd, Ning Ke looked down at the soil under his feet and said nothing. In the sacred sedan, Yi Hongyu thought for a moment and reached out her right hand to hold the natal Taoist sword beside her. The smoke and dust gradually settled and a petite figure appeared. She had long, jet-black hair, which was braided into a long braid, swaying gently behind her. She wore clothes made of animal skin, which had been cut by countless swords and the edges were torn. There were many wounds on her body and blood kept dripping to the ground. Her name was Tang Xiaotang. She came from Chang and thousands of miles away and was covered in dust. She was battered and exhausted but looked majestic. She looked at the hierarch of West Hill in the giant sedan and asked, "Who dares to say that there is no one in the academy?" She looked at the South Sea girl in front of the altar and asked, "Who dares to steal my man?" 3 chapters completed. I'm exhausted. Please vote monthly. During the double period, whoever dares to steal my monthly vote, I'll kill him. Well, I'd better write a single chapter, or I'll look down on my courage. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 883. Chen Pipi used all his strength to stop his trembling right hand from spilling all the water in the bowl. He looked at the dusty Tang Xiaotang and said, "You are here. It was not a question but a statement, because there was no need for confirmation. He heard her beautiful voice and saw her figure. Although he did not want her to come, she had come. Yes. Tang Xiaotang looked at Chen Pipi on the altar through the crowd on the front yard and said, "Then will you come with me?" Chen Pipi thought about it seriously and said, "If you can take me with you, of course I will." Tang Xiaotang agreed and walked to the white stone altar. As she walked forward, blood dripped from her body. The crowd gradually separated. No one dared to stop her, neither the divine priest of West Hill nor the black-robed deacon. She walked to the altar. Chen Pipi handed her the bowl of water and said, "Are you thirsty? Drink some water first." There was still half a bowl of water left in the bowl. Tang Xiaotang took it and drank it as if she was drinking hard liquor. Xiaoyu, the girl from the South Sea, also stood in front of the altar. Seeing this scene, her face turned pale because she had confirmed the relationship between her cousin and this woman. This woman had come for her man. She felt very angry, and very sad. However, she did not know what she should do. She felt that she was an extra person in front of the altar. Neither Chen Pipi nor Tang Xiaotang looked at her, as if she did not exist. She was a very proud person and had always thought that she was the real genius of cultivation. Except for her cousin who was betrothed to her at a young age, no one else could be compared to her, whether it was the legendary 3 addicts or the guys in the academy. So she wanted to defeat the calligraphy addict to prove herself, and she had challenged Yi Hongyu earlier. She realized that she had thought too simply. Not to mention Yi Hongyu, even the willpower and spirit that this woman had shown when she broke through the mountain made her feel inferior. Standing in front of the altar, all of her pride was shattered. Not only because of the inferiority she felt when facing the girl with the iron rod, but also because her cousin took the water she handed to him. Her cousin spoke to her in such a normal tone, as if they had been together for decades. Xiaoyu was right. At this moment, in the eyes of Chen Pipi and Tang Xiaotang, there was indeed no space for others to exist. Even the world outside their bodies had disappeared. In their eyes, there was only each other's figures, or rather, a small bowl of water. Until a thunderous voice rang out in the front yard of Peach Mountain. The giant carriage shined with endless light. The figure of the Lord Hierarch of the Western Tomb was as tall as ever. As he looked at Tang Xiaotang in front of the altar, his body leaned forward slightly, as if a heavy mountain was about to collapse. "Who are you? What does it have to do with Lin Wu?" "I'm Tang Xiaotang." It's always Tang Xiaotang if you read it backwards. Tang Xiaotang handed the bowl back to Chen Pipi. She looked at the hierarch in the sedan and said, "Yu Lian is my master. I'm here to pick up my man and leave. Don't stop me." Hearing this, the headmaster laughed and said, "How ridiculous." Tang Xiaotang didn't smile. She held the iron rod in her hand and looked at the giant carriage. She had broken through 3 trials and entered the front yard of Peach Mountain. She was badly injured and covered in blood and dirt, but her expression and tone were still proud and confident. It was a delightful and adorable sense of persistence. Most people in the front yard of Peach Mountain didn't laugh, except for Priest Moli, the deputy headmaster of the Revelation Institute. He laughed dryly for the sake of the hierarch. The reason why no one laughed was because Tang Xiaotang's fighting spirit and incredible speed of improvement were not only not ridiculous, but terrifying. Everyone was still shocked. What method did this petite girl use to be able to continuously break through in such a short period of time in the midst of a series of bloody battles? Only Chen Pipi on the altar, Yi Hongyu in the sacred sedan, and Ning Ke hidden in the crowd were not surprised by Tang Xiaotang's improvement. They knew that Tang Xiaotang's goal was to become the most powerful woman in the world. With such a great ambition, it was not surprising that she could do anything. After Kuharan broke through the front gate of the Devil's Doctrine had withered. Only Tang and Tang Xiaotang were left in the doctrine. In other words, Tang Xiaotang was the saintess of the devil's doctrine. No one knew whether it was because of the desolate man's bloodline or the Tang family's inheritance, but Tang Xiaotang was very talented in cultivating the devil's doctrine. When they were on the snow cliff of Tianqi Mountain, she was on par with Yi Hongyu when she was only 14 years old. If not for Ning Ke, who could adapt to Yi Jingyu's extreme fighting style, she might have performed better. After several years, Yi Hongyu had become a grand cultivator at the peak of the knowing destiny state and sat on the seat of heavenly black jade in the divine hall of judgment. But Tang Xiaotang was still the girl from the devil's doctrine. The devil's doctrine was different from normal cultivation. There was no clear distinction between the no-doubt state, see-through state and knowing destiny state. But there were corresponding cultivation stages. She had been at the peak of the see-through state all these years. The girl from the devil's doctrine at the peak of the see-through state seemed powerful enough. But compared to Yi Hongyu and Ning Ke, she seemed to have stagnated. If Ning Ke was educated in the academy and had a series of adventures, and Yi Hongyu's rapid progress was due to her strong Taoist heart and Lu Bai's letter, then what about Tang Xiaotang? She had also studied in the academy for many years. Her teacher was the most mysterious grandmaster of the devil's doctrine in the cultivation world and the 23-year cicada cultivation that was not inferior to Lu Bai. Why had she not made any progress? She had jumped into the waterfall countless times in the academy. She had pushed countless boulders in the academy. She had used the iron rod in her hand to make countless stone steps wider in the academy. She had never stopped cultivating. These were the cultivation homework that Yu Lian had arranged for her. She had been cultivating like the most devout ascetic monk in the back mountain of the academy, constantly sharpening her body and mind. She had long been prepared and only needed an opportunity. The cultivation of the Buddhism sect was about understanding. However, the cultivation of the devil's doctrine was about fighting. The bloodline of the desolate and the inheritance of the devil's doctrine required her to fight and seek breakthroughs in battles. But strangely, she had never had the chance to fight. She did not participate in the Battle of the Verdant Canyon or the Battle of the Back Mountain of the Academy. Yu Lian had always consciously kept her away from real battles. Yu Lian was the grandmaster of the devil's doctrine and her state was shocking. She was also a grandmaster and was very good at cultivating disciples. She had once thought of taking Ning Ke as her disciple, but since she did not have the chance, she naturally put all her efforts on Tang Xiaotang. She naturally had her reasons for doing so. Yi Hongyu could have broken through to the knowing destiny state, but she had always suppressed her state at the see-through state with her extremely strong willpower. She had always been waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Tang Xiaotang's willpower was not weaker than Yi Hongyu's. However, the cultivation method of the devil's doctrine had a weakness compared to that of Haotian Taoism. That was because it could not be controlled by one's consciousness when one increased one's strength during battles. A few years ago, Tang Xiaotang could already fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Hongyu. Since Yu Lian had taken her as a disciple, she naturally would not let her disciple be inferior to Yi Hongyu after a few years. She had to give Tang Xiaotang a perfect moment to break through the realm. Since Tang Xiaotang could not suppress herself like Yi Hongyu, then she had to do it. She had suppressed Tang Xiaotang for many years just to wait for that moment to come. Today was the right to light in the front yard of the Peach Mountain. Chen Pipi was about to be burned to death by Haotian's divine flame. Tang Xiaotang had to travel thousands of miles to save him. She had to break through the Peach Mountain, she had to fight, and she had to break through the realm in battle. Because it was necessary, she had to do it. That was the most important thing in the academy. Because, of course, this was the moment that Yu Lian had been waiting for. That was why Tang Xiaotang naturally broke through. The divine halls of West Hill had held the right to light in anticipation of the academy. However, Who would have thought that after such a long time and so much preparation, it would be a second-generation disciple who showed up? Tang Xiaotang's state was indeed very powerful. However, she was still young. There were at least 10 powerhouses gathered in the front yard of Peach Mountain who were more powerful than her in terms of state. That was why when people gradually calmed down from the shock, they could not help but feel complicated and even a little disappointed. It was like a punch that had been prepared for a long time to kill a fierce tiger, only to suddenly appear in front of you as a pure little rabbit. It was like the son of a minister who had died of injustice, spending decades to set up an extremely complicated and horrifying conspiracy to kill the emperor on the throne. However, on the night of the conspiracy, he suddenly found out that the emperor had died of illness, and the one sitting on the throne was only a little boy less than 7 years old. The most disappointed person was, of course, the hierarch lord of West Hill. He had looked at the mountains and said with a lonely expression that the academy was empty. That was the expression of his emotions. You are just a second-generation disciple of the academy. How dare you say that you will take someone away from Peach Mountain? The hierarch lord sighed and said, I was waiting for Lin Wu, but he was too timid to keep the appointment. He only dared to send you to your death. The academy is indeed empty. Tang Xiaotang looked at him and said, last year at the back of the mountain of the academy, my teacher blinded your eyes, cut off your hands, and destroyed your snow mountain and ocean of qi. If it weren't for the fact that he spared your life, you would have been dead. You are just a loser. How dare you challenge the headmaster again? You have to defeat me, your disciple first. Her words caused an uproar in the crowd. Even though it was not a secret that the hierarch lord of West Hill was injured at the back of the mountain of the academy, no one dared to say it in front of the hierarch. Just when everyone thought that the hierarch lord would take action personally, General Buell of the Golden Tribe Royal Court walked out from the crowd. He looked at Tang Xiaotang and asked, the desolate? Tang Xiaotang looked at him and said, yes, the barbarians? General Buell said, yes, I am from the grassland. Tang Xiaotang said, not the grassland. It is called the wilderness. General Buell said, it was called the wilderness when the desolate existed. That is why it is called the grassland now. Tang Xiaotang raised her eyebrows and said, since you want to fight first, then let's fight. Today, Kavinka felt like he wanted to die. It was incomparably ecstatic. Perhaps it was because he wrote too much yesterday, so karma has come. I wrote this chapter for a few hours, and my eyes are unbearably blurry. The next chapter will be slower. I will try to finish it before 3:30. Thank you all for your monthly votes. I will do my best. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 884. People on the front yard of Peach Mountain listened to the simple conversation, but they could not understand it. Tang Xiaotang finally said, if you want to fight, then let's fight. When did Lieb invite you to fight? This was because they had never lived in the wilderness, so they did not know the habits of the people living there, nor were they used to the thousands of years of history of the wilderness. The wilderness was called the wilderness because the vast grassland in the north of the continent used to belong to the Desolate Man. 1,000 years ago, the Desolate Man Empire was the most powerful empire in the world. The grassland barbarians who ruled the wilderness today were all slaves of the Desolate Man, living a life worse than pigs and dogs. After the Desolate Man was defeated by the Tang, they were forced to move to the north. The former barbarian slaves and the people who moved back from the far west joined hands to establish the 3 royal courts, and finally became the masters. Because of the cruel memories of that bloody history, the barbarians' attitude towards the Desolate Man was predictable. The Desolate Man did not like the barbarian slaves who dared to inherit the territory of the empire. It could be said that they were enemies. However, after the desolate man moved to the Arctic snow region, the two sides had little contact, and the hatred was gradually forgotten. As the everlasting night approached, the desolate man moved to the south, and a series of bloody battles broke out with the left king's palace in the east wilderness. The hatred between the two tribes that had been separated for 1,000 years finally woke up. The hatred between the two sides could no longer be resolved. The conversation between General Lieb and Tang Xiaotang about the name of the grassland and the wilderness was, in fact, a declaration of their positions. You are the desolate man, I am the barbarian, so this battle is inevitable. There are many powerful people around the altar, but no one attacked you. It is not because they do not want to bully you. Everyone knows that the academy has a higher status. Even though you are a second-generation disciple, you are not their junior. It is because they dare not attack you, because they are afraid of your identity in the academy. Lieb looked at Tang Xiaotang and said, the hatred between the Golden Tribe Royal Court and the Tang Empire and the academy is like the hatred between the Desolate Man and the Golden Tribe Royal Court. It is already irreconcilable. I do not care about your identity in the academy. I admire your singing and your battle, so I will definitely kill you. Tang Xiaotang now knew from Chen Pipi that this man was the most powerful martial artist in the Golden Tribe Royal Court. But there was no fear on her innocent face, only calmness. Unlike Lieb, she did not say such a long speech before the battle. She rushed to Lieb with the iron rod in her hand. Her leather boots landed on the ground and crushed the peach blossoms. The iron cudgel whizzed down and hit Lieb's face. It was simple and direct. Lieb drew the scimitar from his waist and charged forward. His attack was also simple and direct. Both of them lived in the wilderness, so their fighting styles were very similar. There were no fancy tricks or conspiracies. It all depended on who was stronger and whose cultivation was more profound. The saber and cudgel clashed, producing a thunderous boom. The divine priests and deacons with lower cultivation bases near the altar paled at the sound of the explosion. The ordinary believers on the front plateau felt a sharp pain in their ears. They covered their ears and sat down. Lieb's pupils constricted because the knife in his hand was broken. His scimitar, which was as sharp as snow, did not manage to cut through the crude iron rod in Tang Xiaotang's hand. Instead, it was shattered into pieces. What kind of weapon was this ugly iron rod? It was able to pierce through the clear light array of the Peach Mountain. How could it smash his refined saber into pieces so easily? People on the front plateau of the Peach Mountain looked at the iron rod in Tang Xiaotang's hand differently. They did not know that this ugly iron rod was a sacred relic of the Devil's Doctrine. It was originally a huge blood-red scimitar. In the Battle of Chang'an, the Abbey Dean created 7 Tianqi rainbows and tried to escape. Yu Lian jumped up to the sky and cut the rainbows with this blood-red huge scimitar. The blood-red huge scimitar cut the rainbows and was eroded by the power of Haotian contained in the rainbows. However, its essence remained the same. Tang Xiaotang used it as a crowbar on the stone steps on the precipice. After all, it could even cut the rainbows. What kind of weapon in the world could stop it? The moment the blade and rod clashed, the victor was decided. But the victor hadn't yet been decided when Lieb's expression changed abruptly. He let out a shrill cry as origin power from the grassland sacrificial offerings gushed out of his body. He clenched his right hand into a fist and, like a small mountain, ruthlessly smashed it at the iron rod that had already reached his eyes. The fist and the cudgel met and another loud sound was heard. The divine priests and deacons around the altar covered their ears in pain. Some of them even spat out blood. They had suffered internal injuries from the shock. Lieb was the #1 martial arts master in the Golden Tribe Royal Court. In terms of strength and cultivation, he was unrivaled in the world. He once fought with General Su Qi of the Tang Empire in the northern borderline and was on par with him. Unless Xiaoho came back to life and the Tang Empire came here, it would be hard to find someone to subdue him. Tang Xiaotang could not do it. The mountain-like fist hit the iron rod. The sacred relic of the devil's doctrine was not easily destroyed. It did not deform at all. But the overwhelming power was transferred from the iron rod to Tang Xiaotang. She was knocked back with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her hand holding the iron rod was slightly trembling. But she pressed her lips tightly and did not make a sound. The saber that had accompanied him for so many years was destroyed. Li's ferocity was aroused. He punched Tang Xiaotang and did not stop. He shouted and rushed forward with his fists clenched. He was forced to stop after 2 steps. Because Tang Xiaotang was here again. She did not adjust her qi circulation or even wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She held the iron rod in her hand and rushed forward again. The scattered peach blossoms in front of the altar were all crushed into dust by her leather boots. Tang Xiaotang and Li met again. Both of them used short weapons, cudgel and fists. It was as if 2 hills had collided with each other. The front yard of Peach Mountain was once again filled with a deafening roar. The air was shaken violently and the wind whistled. Tang Xiaotang was knocked back again, this time even further. Fresh blood dripped from her body and it was a tragic sight. However, she let out a clear shout and charged back into the arena once again. Her youthful face was filled with stubbornness and ruthlessness. The iron rod fell again and the mountain-like fists hit again. The powerful forces met again and separated again. Tang Xiaotang did not know how many times she had rushed forward. Although she did not manage to knock Li down, she did not stop and did not take a break. Li did not move forward again except at the beginning. Terrifying crashing sounds could be heard all around the altar. Many priests and deacons could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Dozens of ordinary believers who were closer to the altar directly fainted from the vibrations in the air. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All the powerhouses watching the battle were greatly shocked. Tang Xiaotang was obviously not a match for Li, but she kept attacking. Her strong fighting will was too terrifying. Ning Ke stood in the crowd and thought of the scene he saw at the gate of Chang'an several years ago. At that time, Tang Xiaotang was cheated of all her money and had to beg all the way to Chang'an. Thinking that she could not embarrass the academy in Chang'an, she decided to be a performer. She lay on the bench and smashed rocks on her chest. Today, when he saw her constantly attacking Li, he seemed to see an iron hammer pounding on a thick bluestone. Under the bluestone lay a little girl. Her breasts were not big, so the bluestone could not be flatter. As the iron hammer kept pounding on it, the bluestone would eventually break. Chen Pipi stood on the altar and watched the battle in silence. His thick black eyebrows were knitted together and his thick lips were slightly trembling, but he was forcing a smile. He remembered what Tang Xiaotang had told him. It was when the desolate man moved to the south. In order to protect the old, weak, women and children in the tribe, she and her brother Tang drove away fierce beasts everywhere. Once, they encountered a pack of terrifying snowfield dire wolves. She said that she was very scared at that time, but she did not think too much about it. She held the blood-red saber and kept charging at the wolves. She kept charging until she even forgot how many times she had charged at them. He said, "Aren't you afraid?" She said that as long as she started fighting, she would forget her fear. In the front yard of Peach Mountain, the collision between the 2 cultivators continued. The peach blossoms had long been broken, and even the wind was broken. It seemed that it would never stop. Just when everyone felt that their hearts were about to burst and shatter, the sound of impact suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at the battlefield in astonishment, only to find that the battle had ended at some point in time. The battle had ended, not because Tang Xiaotang had stopped her charge. It was because Lebu took a step back. The proud top martial artist of the Golden Tribe royal court retreated into the crowd in silence. Tang Xiaotang was covered in blood. Blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth and her hand that was holding the iron rod. She had broken many bones, but she still stood straight, as if she could charge again at any time. Lebu was not injured, but his face was a little pale. His right hand was slightly trembling, and it seemed that he would not clench his fist again in a short time. The battle ended because he chose to take a step back, which meant that the situation was under his control. Only in this way could he end the battle easily. He still looked powerful. Tang Xiaotang's braid was untied, and she looked very embarrassed. She was no match for Lebu, and she was covered in wounds. But it was Lebu who took a step back first. The battle seemed to be inconclusive, but in fact, it was already over. Lebu was definitely the winner in terms of strength, but he would rather admit defeat. I admit defeat. Lebu looked at Tang Xiaotang and said, I've seen people who are not afraid of death, but I've never seen anyone like you. I didn't understand why you were so crazy at first, but when I thought of your background, I understood. So I admit defeat. I want to kill you, but I don't want to risk my life to fight you. I'm not crazy. Tang Xiaotang was a desolate man, a descendant of the devil's doctrine, and a disciple of the academy. That was her background. In many people's eyes, the desolate men on the battlefield were all crazy. The devil's doctrine also liked to produce crazy people, and the academy had the most famous crazy person in the history of cultivation, Crazy Ku. So she was naturally crazy when she fought. Tang Xiaotang calmed down after the battle. She looked at the many powerful cultivators around the altar, and felt her hand holding the iron rod trembling slightly. She suddenly smiled. Then she looked at Chen Pipi and said, It seems that I can't take you with me. My eyes are blurred again. I really don't understand why. I only have 2 chapters today, and 3 tomorrow. If I'm in good condition, I can try to write 4 chapters. I wish everyone a happy holiday. I'm wondering if I should write a single chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 885. The real powerhouses on the front yard of the Peach Mountain had not made their move yet. The national master of the Golden Tribe royal court and Zhao Nanhai were both unfathomably powerful. Yi Hongyu had already proven her power. Qi Nian, who had been silent and almost forgotten, was a world wayfarer at the same level as her brother Yi Su. Not to mention the hierarch of the West Hill. General Buell had injured her badly. Tang Xiaotang thought about it and realized that no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to take her man away. Logically speaking, Chen Pipi, who was waiting to be saved, should be more depressed than her at this time, but he didn't seem to think so. There was a smile on his round face. Why? He asked Tang Xiaotang. Tang Xiaotang looked at him and explained seriously, because I can't do it anymore. Chen Pipi said, Of course you can't. Tang Xiaotang said, We can die together. Chen Pipi said pitifully, I don't want to die. Tang Xiaotang said, What's there to be afraid of? Chen Pipi said, I don't want to die with you. Tang Xiaotang was not happy. She lowered her head and said nothing. Chen Pipi rubbed her hair and said with a smile, Since you are here, you are a member of the Chen family. So you must listen to me. You can't die with me. Tang Xiaotang lowered her head and said, I won't leave. Chen Pipi said, Don't worry. I won't die either. We can't die. Even though death is inevitable, I think I won't die today. Tang Xiaotang raised her head and asked hopefully, Can you? Neither can I. But since the eldest brother agreed to let you come to the Peach Mountain, he can't just watch us die. Chen Pippi smiled and shook his head. He knew that Ning Ke had come to the Peach Mountain and must be at the right to light. The academy must have arranged something. Tang Xiaotang knew it too, but she did not remember. People around the altar thought so too. Since the academy had sent a second-generation disciple to the Peach Mountain, they had made their stance clear. More people would come. Who would come to the Peach Mountain? Mr. First, Mr. Second, or Mr. Third? Qi Nian thought of that year in the Lank Temple, when Jun Mo cut off the stone statue of Buddha with his flying sword in the autumn rain. He fell silent, and so did the others. They were even a little afraid. In front of the Pamir Mountains, Mr. First, Li Man, killed everyone from the Yueluan kingdom, from the monarch to the ordinary soldiers. Master Qi Mei of the Xiankong Temple was seriously injured before he could even fight back. After that, he traveled thousands of miles in the human world with the invincible Abi Dean for several days before the final battle took place in Chang'an. Mr. Second, Jun Mo, guarded the verdant canyon and defeated Yi Su. Although his arm had been cut off by the sword sage, Liu Bai, he had seriously injured the most powerful man in the world. Mr. Third, Yu Lian, was the legendary 23-year cicada cultivation. At the back of the mountain of the academy, she had injured the hierarch lord badly. Even though the divine halls of West Hill had tried to hide it, the Tang Empire had been spreading the news. Not to mention that in the Battle of Chang'an, she had jumped into the sky and cut off the rainbow, leaving the Abi Dean in Chang'an. The three masters of the back of the mountain of the academy had shown their shocking power in the battle against the Tang Empire. Even though it was said that they had not fully recovered and the divine halls of West Hill must have made preparations, would their preparations work if they really came to the Peach Mountain today? Could Taoism really win? The eldest brother was not on the Peach Mountain. He was in a small town on the border between the Yen Kingdom and the Song Kingdom. It was autumn, and he had already put on a cotton-padded jacket. The ladle that had been tied around his waist for many years had been broken in front of the Pamir Mountains. Now it was an ordinary wooden stick. Perhaps it was because he did things slowly and spoke slowly that he was called Li Man. He walked very slowly today, even slower than he had walked in the past. He had fought with the Abi Dean for 7 days in the human world and in the bloody battles in Chang'an. The eldest brother had been badly injured and many of his bones had been broken. Even though he had recovered and no longer had to sit in a wheelchair, he still could not walk very fast. Apart from that, there was another reason why he walked so slowly. He was very nervous, even less nervous than when he was facing the Abi Dean. It took him a long time to walk into the depths of the small town. He walked to the front of the calligraphy and painting shop and slowly lifted the front of his robe. He slowly crossed the threshold and bowed to the man inside. The man was sitting on a chair in the shop with a flagon in his hand. His face was wrinkled and his hair was white. He looked like he was in his 40s, but he also looked like he had lived for more than 4,000 years. "Greetings, sir," the eldest brother said to the man in the chair. The owner of the calligraphy and painting shop walked out from the back room and looked at Li Man as if he did not know him. He asked, "Would you like to drink tea or wine?" "Tea and wine are both good stuff." The eldest brother said, "I'll drink water." The man in the chair said to the owner, "You go in first. Don't come out unless necessary." The man with the flagon in his hand was the drunkard. The owner was Chao Xiaoshu from Chang'an. They had not known each other for a long time, but they were very familiar with each other. The drunkard did not want him to die, so he let him in. Only the drunkard and the eldest brother were left in the front shop. The drunkard said, "You walk too slowly. It seems that you have not recovered yet." The eldest brother said, "I will recover one day." The drunkard said, "Even if you recover, you won't be as fast as me. Not to mention that you haven't recovered yet." The eldest brother said, I walk slower. Maybe I walk more steadily. The drunkard said after a moment of silence, you are right. You walk more steadily than me. I did not expect that there would be someone in the human world who walks more steadily than me. But you are still no match for me. The eldest brother said, I have only cultivated for a few decades. Of course I am no match for you. The drunkard said, then why did you dare to leave Chang'an? Why did you dare to come and see me? The eldest brother said, because the academy has something to do. I would like to ask you to stay in the small town and watch. The drunkard squinted his eyes and his voice became deep and experienced. It started to emit the smell of rusty bronze. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The eldest brother said slowly, you won't kill me. The drunkard's voice became colder and colder. He said, why not? The eldest brother said calmly and affirmatively, because you are not sure that you can kill me. The drunkard laughed and said sarcastically, you only have a 10% chance. The eldest brother said with a smile, not to mention that I still have a 10% chance. Even if I only have a 100% chance, you won't dare to kill me. The drunkard looked serious and asked, why are you so sure? The eldest brother said, I don't know how to fight. But no matter in the academy or in the world, Junemo, the third sister and the youngest brother are the best at fighting. Since they all said that you won't dare to kill me, then you won't. I believe in their judgment. The drunkard said, even if their judgment will kill you? The eldest brother said, I think what they said makes sense. So I'm willing. The drunkard asked, what did the three of them say? The eldest brother said, they said that you have lived for too long, so you are too afraid of death. The drunkard was silent for a long time after hearing this. Then he asked, why did you come to see me, but not the butcher? The eldest brother said, the third sister said that the butcher is too slow. He is just a little faster than me and the chief monk of scripture. So at least for today, we don't need to pay attention to him. What about her? The drunkard suddenly asked, are you really not afraid of her? The eldest brother knew who he was talking about. He said with a smile, she used to live in the back of the mountain of the academy for a long time. So we are not afraid of her. We all like her very much. The canyon between the lush green mountains was undergoing continuous renovation. A path that could allow simple carriages to pass through had already been opened up, but most travelers who craved convenience would still choose to walk. Someone walked out of the verdant canyon. The man among them wore a bamboo hat, plain clothes, and held a cane in one hand. He looked like an ascetic monk that Murano had seen by chance. However, the woman by his side held an embroidered cloth in her hand and wore red clothes. She looked extremely charming, like a bride that had just gotten married. Such an incongruous combination was the second brother of the academy, Junemo, who had cut off his black hair and decided to cultivate Buddhism, and his wife, the seventh sister, Muyu. Junemo looked at the dark and fertile fields in front of the verdant canyon. He thought about what happened here half a year ago and his broken right arm. He was silent. Muyu did not say anything either. The two continued their journey south. However, they were not as distanceless as the eldest brother. It was too late for them to reach Peach Mountain. Where were they going? What were they going to do? They came to the Fuchin River and climbed the Tiger Mountain Pavilion. Junemo looked to the southeast and suddenly frowned. He sensed that Lu Bai's sword had left the sword garret and was heading for Peach Mountain. He was silent for a moment and did not say anything. Before the verdant canyon, he had never seen the water of the Yellow River flowing from the sky. But now Lu Bai had fully recovered and his state had improved again. He had reached that legendary step. But Junemo had not fully recovered and his broken arm was blocking his way. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach the same place. He could not help but sigh. He looked in the direction of the West Hill Divine Kingdom and seemed to see Lu Bai's sword flying toward Peach Mountain. He seemed to see the woman in front of the Divine Hall of Light on Peach Mountain. He also seemed to see the skinny little girl kneeling on the ground on the nameless mountain in the north of Chang, and several years ago. He did not know which one was her. He only knew that she was extremely powerful. What if she strikes? Mu Yu thought of the two youngest brothers on Peach Mountain and asked worriedly. Jun Mo said, "We want her to strike." Mu Yu was startled and asked, "What if she does not strike?" Jun Mo said, "The headmaster ascends to heaven. The abbey dean becomes a useless man. Lu Bai has finally reached that step. He does not need to break through the 5 states to become the most powerful man in the world. He is stronger than the drunkard and the butcher. Since his sword is at Peach Mountain, she has no reason not to strike. The change that Yu Lian mentioned is in this sword." Mu Yu said, "She must have foreseen this." Jun Mo said, "She must be angry that the youngest brother is at Peach Mountain. Angry people are not good at thinking. Angry Haotian is not willing to think. Try to finish the 2nd chapter before midnight. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 886. The autumn in the depths of the wilderness was colder, but the man standing among the mountains did not seem to feel the cold. His leather clothes were leaking, revealing his strong body. His body seemed to contain an infinite amount of power. With a casual wave of his hand, he could destroy a mountain and break a city. However, at this moment, he was like a stone statue, not daring to move. It was not because of this, but because there was a very small carriage on his back. There was a petite girl sitting on the carriage, and he was afraid that she would be uncomfortable from the jolting. He was the world wayfarer of the Devil's Doctrine, Tang. The girl in the sedan looked only 12 or 13 years old, and she was holding her chin in boredom. She was his teacher, the current Grandmaster of the Devil's Doctrine, 23-year cicada cultivation. Of course, she was also the 3rd sister of the back mountain of the academy. Her name was Yu Lian. After the battle with the Abbey Dean in Chang'an, Yu Lian jumped into the blue sky and then fell into the snow street. Even though her devil's kung fu had reached the sublime state, she was still badly injured. Her ankles, which were as hard as diamonds, were all broken into pieces. It was not easy for her to get out of the wheelchair, but it was still inconvenient for her to walk. Therefore, after coming to the wilderness, she sat in the sedan and let Tang carry her around. She looked at the vast wilderness in front of the majestic Tianqi Mountain and the faintly discernible gorge. She said, "I'm disappointed that you can't even do such a simple thing well." The cold wind blew, and her twin ponytails swayed gently behind her, looking very cute. Her eyes and brows were clear and cute, but she was expressionless and had the bearing of a grandmaster, looking very scary. Tang said, "The news that the Golden Tribe Royal Court is going to attack Helan City in the deep winter has spread throughout the wilderness. Even if the tribes want to help, there are still tens of thousands of cavalrymen of the left camp in the East Wilderness. It's difficult to go there." Yu Lian said, "We can go there naturally if we kill all the cavalrymen of the barbarians." Tang did not understand and asked, "How?" Yu Lian said in a very normal tone, "Your injuries have healed. With your current cultivation, is it difficult for you to kill 200 barbarians in a day?" Tang thought for a while and said, "It should not be difficult." Yu Lian said, "If you kill 200 in a day, you can kill 20,000 in 100 days. Even if there are 40,000 cavalrymen of the left camp, they will be destroyed by you." Tang was speechless. He thought, how could they just stop there and let you kill them? Moreover, why would they arrange 200 cavalrymen for you to kill every day? What if 10,000 cavalrymen attacked at the same time? Ultimately, combat wasn't a simple math problem. It had been many years since Zhang Xian had last seen his teacher, and his current way of thinking was truly incomprehensible. It is not difficult to understand. Yu Lian said, the useless Long Qing is not in the eastern wilderness, so the left tent palace has lost its backbone. If you follow my instructions and kill for a few days, you will know that those barbarian cavalrymen are worse than useless people. Tang said, it is too late. Yu Lian said, left. Of the Tang said, Tang, it. After a moment of silence, Tang asked, then why did you come to the wilderness instead of Peach Mountain? Yu Lian seemed to be afraid of the cold. She hugged her knees and said, I haven't recovered yet. What's the point of going to Peach Mountain? Not of the divine. Of the mountain are rise. Of the camp. Not. It will definitely be very lively. Who of sacred? Of camp. Mountain. Of the mountain. Wilderness. Divine of divine of great sea. Sea. Of the divine. Sea. And the divine of. The successor of the great divine priest of the South Sea? That's right. I think Lu Bai should have already arrived. Why is he going to the right to light? Because she is leaving at the right to light. Is he reluctant to let her go? Lu Bai is brave. He is invincible in the world. Who doesn't feel lonely? When he is lonely, he will think about things he shouldn't. Why is Lu Bai invincible? Because he lent the Taoist sword to Cao Xiaoshu. My senior brother left some information in Cao Xiaoshu's Ocean of Consciousness. It is from Chang'an and the Academy's view of the human world. Actually, I don't understand why Lu Bai agreed to lend me the sword. In the wilderness, Tang was a fierce man. But now, with his back to Yu Lian, he was silent and honest. He played the role of a disciple and asked questions. Yu Lian said, because he admires Cao Xiaoshu. He didn't kill him last time and he won't kill him this time. He continued, maybe it is not because he admires Cao Xiaoshu. Yu Lian said, don't forget that he is a swordsman. Tang understood what she meant. A swordsman was upright. If Lu Bai didn't dare to kill Cao Xiaoshu because of the Tang Empire's power or the Academy's reputation, how could he become the most powerful sage of sword in the world? Tang asked, can Lu Bai defeat the drunkard? Yu Lian said, the drunkard is no longer in Lu's eyes. Of course, the drunkard will die. Even if he doesn't die this time, he will die in the hands of the Academy. After a moment of silence, Tang asked, is this the change you want to see? Yu Lian waved her soft hands and said casually, actually, I don't know what will happen either. Tang, who was as calm as a mountain, suddenly trembled when he heard this. Yu Lian knew what he was worried about. She said, although I asked everyone to wait for the change I mentioned, I really didn't make any arrangements. How can a man's plan be better than God's plan? Tang's expression became solemn. His most beloved sister should be fighting for that damned fatty on Peach Mountain. If everything was going according to God's plan, how could she succeed and leave? Do you mean that Lu Bai might not make a move? Jun Mo and I both think he will, but we don't know when he will do it. Of course, as long as he does, the one in the Divine Hall of Light will be in trouble. You can say that this is the change. Even the headmaster of Academy can't defeat her, let alone Lu Bai. Lu Bai himself should know that he can't defeat her, but he still took out his sword. This means that he thinks the Academy's idea is interesting, and he wants to participate in such an interesting thing. What's interesting? Yu Lian said, we told him that as long as he takes out his sword, she will be in trouble. If Haotian finds it troublesome, it's probably not very interesting for someone like Lu Bai. Tang frowned and asked, what kind of trouble? Yu Lian said, even if she is Haotian, she will have to pay a price to suppress the most powerful person in the world. This means that she will be weak, worried, and sentimental. Tang was puzzled and said, I don't understand. As long as she starts to worry and become sentimental, Ning Ke might be able to defeat her. Yu Lian smiled and said, earlier I said that it doesn't matter who goes to Peach Mountain today. This does not include youngest brother. He is meaningful, and he is on Peach Mountain now. Tang still couldn't understand. Even the headmaster of academy couldn't defeat her. How could Ning Ke? This is the second chapter. The plot is here. There are only 2,000 words. I will try to finish the next chapter as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 887. No one came to the front yard of Peach Mountain. The three masters from the academy did not come. Chen Pipi stood on the altar and looked in the direction of where he came from. He suddenly smiled and said to Tang Xiaotang, it seems that senior brothers and sisters are delayed. Why don't you go first? I can't. Tang Xiaotang also smiled and turned to look at the blood-red divine sedan of judgment. Her smile faded and she became very serious. She said, what are you waiting for? No one understood why she chose to challenge the great divine priest of judgment. Only Yi Hongyu, Tang Xiaotang, and Ning Ke, who had been hiding in the crowd, knew that it was a promise made years ago in the wilderness. At that time, Ning Ke, Mo Shanshan, and Yi Hongyu came out of the front gate of the Devil's Doctrine along the ropeway and found a white dog in the basket. Then they met Tang Xiaotang, who was looking for the dog. Later on, the four of them walked through the stone gorge created by the ancestors of the Devil's Doctrine and said many harsh words. But in the end, they all lost to Ning Ke, the shame of the academy. Ning Ke looked at Tang Xiaotang, who was covered in blood and holding the iron cudgel. He suddenly remembered when he met her years ago. Before he saw her, he heard her shout in the fog, who dares to touch my dog? Today, at the right to light, she said, who dares to touch my man? It seemed that Chen Pipi was as important to her as the little white wolf. Thinking of this, he could not help but laugh. The servants beside him felt strange. They thought, how can you be in such a good mood at a time like this? Ning Ke was actually not in a good mood. He thought of Shanshan far away in the great river and Yi Hongyu in the divine sedan. He thought of the time when they were young. Years had passed and they were still young, but they were no longer the young people they used to be. Yi Hongyu looked at Tang Xiaotang outside the sedan and suddenly smiled. She did not say any nonsense. Her natal Taoist sword buzzed as if it was about to fly out of its sheath. Almost at the same time, the sword of the deacon of the Divine Hall of Judgment beside the sedan flew out. Dozens of flying swords surrounded Tang Xiaotang. The iron cudgel in Tang Xiaotang's hand was like a gust of wind. It was so fast that even the naked eye could not follow it. The flying swords fell to the ground one by one. A series of crisp collisions rang out in front of the altar, like a cheerful piece of music. Yi Hongyu's natal Taoist sword was the last to reach the altar and stabbed at Tang Xiaotang's face. Tang Xiaotang let out a clear shout and quickly withdrew her iron rod to block the sword in front of her. This was not a rod smashing a sword, but a sword cutting a rod. The Taoist sword was not damaged, but the iron rod trembled violently. Tang Xiaotang's face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. She had already been seriously injured. Now that Yi Hongyu's natal Taoist sword was approaching her, her injuries were about to explode. But she was fearless. Looking at the Taoist sword that was circling in the air, she gripped the iron rod tightly again. Unexpectedly, the Dao sword did not descend. Yi Hongyu's cold voice sounded from the divine chariot, "If you can break out of my confinement, come and fight me again." Only now did Tang Xiaotang realize that the dozens of Dao swords that she had struck to the ground earlier were all pointing downwards, piercing into the hard limestone floor. It looked like a messy fence. An extremely powerful array intent was emanating from these sword branches. It was the ultimate array of the West Hill Divine Hall of Judgment, the confinement. How could she get out of the confinement? Tang Xiaotang did not expect Yi Hongyu's Taoism to have reached such a state. But she knew that Yi Hongyu was actually going easy on her by trapping her in the confinement. But she was not happy. She looked at Yi Hongyu in the divine chariot through the fence of swords and shouted, "I want a real fight." Yi Hongyu ignored her. There were many people who were dissatisfied with this scene. For example, some of the old divine priests in the West Hill Divine Halls felt that the great divine priest of judgment was too merciful. Someone else was even more displeased than Tang Xiaotang. Yi Hongyu had just killed her uncle and injured her uncle, but now she was being merciful to the demoness of the devil's doctrine. Xiaoyu, the girl from the South Sea, looked at the divine hall of judgment and scolded angrily, "I did not expect the great divine priest of judgment to be acquainted with the demoness of the devil's doctrine. If you can't bear to kill her, I will." As soon as she finished speaking, a slender Taoist sword rose from behind her and circled around the front yard of Peach Mountain. Then it pierced through the fence of swords and stabbed at Tang Xiaotang. She was indeed a genius girl who had reached the knowing destiny state at the age of 17. It looked like a simple sword, but it was extremely powerful. What was more frightening was that her sword actually pierced through the fence of swords. Yi Hongyu was slightly stunned. She did not expect that this person could see through the confinement. It seemed that when the great divine priest of the South Sea left Peach Mountain, he not only took some classics from the Divine Hall of Light, but also the Divine Hall of Judgment. Tang Xiaotang's spirit and willpower were all focused on Yi Hongyu in the divine chariot. She did not expect that the girl from the South Sea would suddenly attack her. In danger, she hurriedly raised her rod to block the attack. With a crisp sound, her iron rod flew out of her hand and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyu, the girl from the South Sea, quickly pinched her sword. The flying sword circled around and stabbed at Tang Xiaotang again. It seemed that no one could save her now. Chen Pipi's face was pale. His fat body trembled violently as if he was about to fall. A flash of sword light flashed by. Xiaoyu, the girl from the South Sea, let out a muffled groan. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to withdraw her natal sword. Before anyone could react, the bright sword light fell from the sky and brushed past the girl's cheek. She struggled to raise her sword to block it, but it was impossible for her to completely block it. A bloody sword scar appeared on the girl's face. The bright sword light flew back to the divine chariot. Yi Hongyu's cold voice came from the divine chariot again. "This is a battle between me and her. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere?" Seeing that Tang Xiaotang was covered in blood but was not in danger, Chen Pipi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then he relaxed and sat down on the white stone altar. He looked at the divine chariot of judgment and rubbed his chest. He said, "Couldn't you have done it earlier? Why did you have to scare me like this?" In the divine chariot, Yi Hongyu frowned slightly. She thought that it was still that fat man. Chen Pipi was grateful, but he was complaining. Yi Hongyu had wanted to kill Chen Pipi for many years, but when it came down to it, she even wanted to save his woman. The hatred of childhood and the hatred of youth would probably turn into something beautiful and interesting when one grew up. Ning Ke did not wait for the arrival of his 3 senior brothers and sisters like the West Hill Divine Palace. Because in the Academy's plan, they had nothing to do with it. He was waiting for changes. When eldest brother reviewed the plan made by Ning Ke and fourth brother, he raised a question about the most crucial part of it. Ning Ke could not answer it because he did not know how to wait for that opportunity. At that time, Yu Lian said that opportunities could not be created and everything was changing. When Lu Bai's sword broke through the clear light and pointed at the divine hall of light, he thought it was the change that his senior sister had mentioned. When the successor of the great divine priest of South Sea came to the front yard of Peach Mountain and began to fight with the West Hill Divine Palace, he thought it was the change. When Tang Xiaotang broke through 3 tests and rushed to the altar, he thought it might be the change. But in fact, nothing changed. The opportunity he was waiting for never came. He could not wait any longer. When Chen Pipi was about to be burned to death by Haotian's divine flame, he was ready to act. When the girl from the South Sea attacked Tang Xiaotang, he was also ready to act. He knew that Chen Pipi's words were not meant for Yi Hongyu, but for himself. But she was still on Peach Mountain, in the divine hall of light. If he did not wait for the change that Yu Lian mentioned, then he would never be able to defeat her. But what was the change? Sang Sang stood in front of the divine hall of light, expressionless. She was no longer looking at Chang'an or the past. She was looking at her own territory and the present. The front yard of Peach Mountain was filled with battles of life and death. Many beautiful and ugly things were hidden in it. But in her eyes, it was all a farce, for it had no value other than entertainment. For tens of thousands of years, except for the actions of a few people like the headmaster, in Haotian's eyes, all the major events in the world were trivial and meaningless, whether it was war or disaster, not to mention the common things like birth, old age, sickness, and death. Just like in the eyes of humans, there was no sorrow or joy of ants. She did not care that the South Sea people appeared on Peach Mountain because they were her most devout believers. She had seen the war between believers for power countless times in the Divine Kingdom. It was nothing new. She also did not care about Lu Bai's sword. She was Haotian and could calculate everything in the world. She wanted to see if the Academy's plan was out of her calculations. That was more important. After waiting for such a long time, the Academy's plan still did not go beyond her calculations. She began to feel bored. Looking at Chen Pipi on the altar, she began to feel impatient. Even if the right to light could not reopen the gate to the Divine Kingdom, she had to sever her bond with the human world. Even if she could not sever the strongest bond, she had to sever something else. For her, Chen Pipi's death meant that a thread of her bond with the mortal world could be broken. He was still alive, and Tang Xiaotang, who represented another thread of her bond with the mortal world, was saved by another thread of her bond. This made her feel a little annoyed. She did not want to admit that the annoyance came from the bonds and that the other end of those bonds was tied to her. So she wanted Chen Pipi to die as soon as possible. She thought she was not angry, but she did not know that a storm was brewing deep in her eyes. She returned to the balcony of the Divine Hall and looked at the cliffs and clouds. She no longer paid attention to the boring things in the front yard. Whatever Haotian felt, the human world responded. The most devout believers in the front yard of Peach Mountain, the divine priests and deacons of the divine halls of West Hill, and those who returned from the South Sea were the first to feel the anger from the sky. Whatever Haotian thought, the heaven and earth responded. The autumn wind began to rage on Peach Mountain. The fallen peach blossoms were blown up by the wind and danced in the air. They looked beautiful, but also bloody because of the color. I wrote 5,000 words, but there is something wrong with the plot, so it is broken at 3,000. The main problem is the name of the chapter. Severing bond can only be stopped here. The other 2 chapters are called Ceaseless Severance and Disorder Resolution. The next 2,000 words need to be named another chapter, so I have to postpone it. It will be finished before 3:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 888. An inexplicable majesty descended from the peak of Peach Mountain and enveloped the entire front yard. People felt a power that did not belong to the human world. In the sacred sedan, the hierarch lord knelt down without hesitation. Yi Hongyu thought for a moment and slowly changed her posture from sitting to kneeling. Zhao Nanhai was about to scold Yi Hongyu when he suddenly felt the power of heaven and earth. His expression changed drastically and he knelt down in awe. Everyone in the divine halls of West Hill knelt down. People from the South Sea knelt down as well. The national master of the Golden Tribe came all the way to the right to light just to see the face of God again. He had already knelt down devoutly. Everyone in the front yard of Peach Mountain knelt down, including the monks of the Buddhism sect. Chen Pipi sat on the white stone altar. He was going to die anyway, so why should he kneel? Tang Xiaotang knew who was on Peach Mountain, so she did not want to kneel. If you are Haotian and I am a disciple of the Enlightenment doctrine, why should I kneel? If you are Sang Sang and I am your friend, why should I kneel? She stubbornly stood there, withstanding the endless pressure. Blood was forced out of her wounds and flowed out. She looked extremely miserable. Her knees made creaking sounds and slowly bent, as if they were about to break. No matter how stubborn she was still a mortal. How could she withstand such a horrifying power of heaven and earth? However, just as she was about to be forced to kneel, she saw Chen Pipi on the altar. She imitated him and sat down on the ground. She smiled at Peach Mountain and thought, what else can you do to me? Chen Pipi smiled at her and gave her a thumbs up, praising her quick thinking and his own. However, he did not expect that as the sacrifice of the right to light, he had to bear the most power of heaven and earth. In just a moment, he found that he could no longer sit on the altar. The sky was filled with peach blossoms and the autumn wind was howling. Chen Pipi cursed and sprawled out on the altar. Although his posture was not elegant, he had once again won the battle against Haotian. Ning Ke knelt down quickly, even faster than the servants beside him. He comforted himself as he knelt down. You have washed my feet many times over the years. What's the big deal about paying you back today? The wind blew and then the chanting of the right to light. It was still the West Hill scripture of worship to heaven, but it came from the mouths of the priests of the South Sea. Everyone from the South Sea, including Zhao Nanhai, didn't know why they had to start chanting. It was as if a voice was guiding them. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with awe. The divine priests of the West Hill Divine Palace, the teachers and students of the Revelation Institute, and the tens of thousands of believers kneeling on the front yard began to chant along with the divine priests of the South Sea. The sacred and solemn chanting gradually rang through the world. The worship to heaven chapter passed down by the divine priests of the South Sea was indeed more exquisite. Compared with the sacrificial ceremony at the beginning, this sacrificial ceremony was much smoother, and Haotian could hear it more clearly. Countless rays of light came from the autumn sun and fell on the white stone altar. Chen Pipi's eyes lit up. He felt very uneasy and wanted to toss and turn, but he found that he couldn't move. When the funeral oration ended, these rays of light would turn into pure Haotian divine flame, and he would be burned into green smoke. No one would know what would happen after that. He saw that in the azure sky, there seemed to be an extra crack. He said curiously, "Look, the sky is about to open." No one heard him, because most of the people in the front yard of Peach Mountain were focused on the sacrificial ceremony. Xiaoyu, the young girl from the South Sea, looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her face was full of sorrow. However, this was the will of Haotian. Even though she was his fiancée, she dared not do anything against the will of Haotian. Tang Xiaotang looked at Chen Pipi and said, "Let me try again." In her eyes, since he was her man, she should do something. She didn't know where the power came from, but she was able to stand up in the midst of the power of heaven and earth. She didn't know how to defeat Haotian, but since it was a battle, she needed a weapon. The iron rod in her hand had been knocked far away. Tang Xiaotang struggled to stand, looking around for a weapon. Suddenly, she saw a sword. She didn't know it was Lu Bai's sword, but she thought it was a good one. Because the sword was floating in the air in front of the altar, motionless. Before the power of heaven and earth, everyone had knelt down. Even the swords in the confinement sword fence were bowing to the Peach Mountain, as if they were kowtowing. Only the sword remained silent, unwilling to bend. Tang Xiaotang reached out her hand to hold the sword, but found that she couldn't pull it out. She was unwilling to give up. She exerted all the strength in her body, but the sword didn't move an inch, as if it didn't belong to this world. The more she felt the sword was extraordinary, the more she refused to let go. As she exerted more strength, her blood flowed faster. It flowed down her wrist and onto the sword. She had run thousands of miles from Chang'an to the Peach Mountain. She had been fighting non-stop. Her blood was always hot, even boiling. When it fell on the sword, it made a sizzling sound. The sword suddenly moved. The head of the sword trembled slightly, and then slowly rose, aiming at the divine hall of light on the peak of Peach Mountain. Tang Xiaotang's eyes were wide open. She looked at it curiously, not knowing what was going on. Chen Pipi suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Sir Sword Saint, quickly save me." Ning Ke looked at the sword that was slightly raised and remained silent. Yu Lian said nothing had changed, because God's plan was always better than man's plan. So she didn't calculate anything and just followed the will of heaven. Then the change happened. The change he had been waiting for finally happened. Thousands of miles away from Peach Mountain was the South Jin, and the sword garret was there. The disciples of the sword garret were kneeling in front of the sword-like peak. After Chao Xiaoshu's visit to the sword garret, Lu Bai, the sage of sword, went to Linкong City. After returning to the sword garret, he started his closed-door training. Cultivators often needed to do closed-door training. Lu Bai had been obsessed with swordsmanship all his life, so he had done closed-door training many times. But this time, it was different. He had driven all the disciples out of the sword garret. Deep in the mountain, the pond water was still cold. Lu Bai sat by the pond and closed his eyes to meditate. An ancient sword was floating above the pond water. He had spent decades cultivating this ancient sword to perfection. Last autumn, the headmaster borrowed it to slay the golden dragon and the immortal general. Since then, no one was qualified to use this sword. He was not qualified either. He sat facing the sword for many days and nights. The shadow of the sword fell on him and became very deep, as if he and the sword were merging into one. The ancient sword suddenly trembled slightly. Lu Bai felt it and opened his eyes to look at the sword and himself. He smiled and said, "The hot blood of a young girl is indeed the best. It can best inspire human courage." The ancient sword whistled up and flew through the cave on the peak of the mountain. The cold pond was cold, and Lu Bai was nowhere to be seen. The sacred words of the West Hill scripture to heaven echoed in front of Peach Mountain. Everyone was kneeling and praying devoutly. Only the sword in front of the altar slowly raised its head. The sword did not lower its head. Instead, it raised its head. It represented the person's attitude towards Peach Mountain, the divine hall of light at the peak, and her in the divine hall of light. The hierarch lord was the one who paid the most attention to this scene. He was furious, but also confused. He could not understand the deep hatred between the sword garret and the academy. Lu Yiqing's eyes had been blinded by Ning Ke, and countless disciples of the sword garret had died in the hands of the Tangs. Lu Bai could at most remain neutral in this war between Taoism and the academy. How could he dare to provoke the one on Peach Mountain with his sword? Tang Xiaotang's hot blood dripped on the sword and evaporated into a bloody mist, which then dispersed into the flying peach petals. The bloody mist faintly exuded an extremely proud sword intent. The believers and priests who were piously kowtowing and praying were pierced by this sword intent. They subconsciously felt a sharp pain in their throats, which made it difficult for them to speak. Divine priests like Zhao Nanhai, who had a firm Taoist heart and a profound state, were still chanting the scripture to heaven. However, the tens of thousands of believers and deacons could no longer make a sound. The voices in front of Peach Mountain became weaker, less orderly, and more chaotic. The rays of light from the autumn sun also became dimmer. Chen Pipi, who was on the white stone altar, did not know what was going on. He looked at the sky in confusion. The power of heaven and earth covering the front yard of Peach Mountain sensed the change. It was indifferent but also angry. The hierarch lord was trembling. He stood up and stared at the sword angrily. He had already guessed what Lu Bai was going to do. Even though he was shocked by Lu Bai's choice and angry that Lu Bai displeased Haotian, he actually welcomed the situation. Since the 23-year cicada cultivation did not dare to show up, then let me destroy your sword and kill you, the most powerful cultivator in the world, to rebuild the prestige of the divine halls of West Hill. The hierarch lord of West Hill was a powerhouse who had surpassed the 5 states. Now that Haotian had healed him, he was even more powerful than before. But even so, he would not be so confident when facing Lu Bai, the Sage of Sword. Even though Lu Bai had not surpassed the 5 states, it was not because he could not, but because he did not want to. His sword could sweep across thousands of miles. How could it not surpass the threshold that was so high in the eyes of ordinary cultivators? But now, the hierarch lord was confident that he could defeat Lu Bai. He had planned to destroy the academy at the right to light. How could he be afraid of Lu Bai? But where did his confidence come from? It came from the divine hall of light on Peach Mountain, and from the man in the hall. The hierarch's great divine sense that surpassed the 5 states was the Tianqi of Haotian Taoism. The Tianqi was a cultivator's greatest devotion and faith to ask Haotian for power. Now that Haotian was in the human world, the distance between him and Haotian was only the distance between the mountain and the foot of the mountain. The Tianqi did not need to cross the sky, and there would be no more losses. Once the Tianqi was achieved, he would have incredible power. Who could be his opponent? The hierarch stretched out his hands, facing the sky with his palms separated by the giant sedan. A majestic power descended from the divine hall of light on Peach Mountain and came to the front yard of Peach Mountain. This power was so terrifying that it was many times more powerful than the power of heaven and earth before. The hierarch looked at his new, tender palms and smiled. He was the most powerful person under Haotian. Lu Bai, Lin Wu, and even if the headmaster came back to life, they would not be his opponent. At this moment, Lu Bai's sword changed from being extremely quiet to extremely fast. It whistled through the air. The sword hilt scratched Tang Xiaotang's hand. The girl's hot blood on the sword was shaken into countless drops of blood, sprinkling into the sky. The bright but ordinary blade went straight for the hierarch's face in the giant sedan. The hierarch's shout was like thunder. He was going to use the Tianqi to crush the sword. However, he suddenly realized that nothing had changed. He did not feel a trace of the magnificent divine power in his small body. Where was the Tianqi? Didn't he use the Tianqi? Why couldn't he feel the divine power in his body? What was going on? Lu Bai's sword did not enter the giant sedan, nor did it stop in front of the hierarch. It only followed the Academy's request and flew to Peach Mountain with sword style. The sword did not stab the hierarch, who was stunned. This sword came from the human world, but it was already above the human world. There was no one in the human world who was qualified to stain it with blood. Moreover, the person holding the sword needed to be focused. Anyone who tried to challenge Haotian, even if they were not focused, would be disrespectful to Haotian and the hierarch. It was unforgivable. The sword style came from thousands of miles away and spanned between heaven and earth. The sword flew to Peach Mountain. There were 2 clear light arrays between Peach Mountain, each more powerful than the other. Even a powerhouse at the peak of knowing destiny could not break them in a short time. But Liu Bai's sword was too fast. His sword was as fast as lightning. Liu Bai's sword was so fast that all the barriers in the world were nothing. 2 crisp sounds came from Peach Mountain. It was the glass lamp in Xiankong Temple that broke. It was the inkstone in Jishou Abbey that broke. It was the white bone in the front gate of Devil's Doctrine that broke. It was the iron on the furnace in the back of the mountain of the Academy that broke. The 2 clear light arrays broke as soon as they appeared. Liu Bai's sword turned into a sharp line and sank into the divine hall of light. In front of the altar, the chanting gradually stopped and the sword disappeared. In the giant sedan, the hierarch's figure was still extremely tall in the light. However, the way he stretched out his hands looked so funny and humiliating. The sword went straight to Peach Mountain and did not care about him at all. On the altar, Chen Pipi saw this and laughed. He thought that the hierarch was still an idiot. The hierarch was still the hierarch. He did not transform into a peerless powerhouse because his Tianqi failed. How could it fail? Everyone felt that when the hierarch used Tianqi, the divine hall of light on Peach Mountain had a majestic and shocking divine power. Haotian had sent the divine power, but why did it not enter the hierarch's body? Where did that majestic divine power fall? People looked at a place in the front yard of Peach Mountain with pale faces. Even the national master of the Golden Tribe and Qi Nian could not hide the shock on their faces. It was a little far from the altar, and the position was very remote. The ordinary deacons of the Divine Hall stood there, as well as the inconspicuous servants of the Revelation Institute. The majestic divine power from the Divine Hall of Light fell on the crowd there. It fell on a manservant in Sian. Haotian's divine power continued to pour into his body, and it did not stop. It looked like a bridge. One end of the bridge was on the mountain, and this end was at the bottom. That end was on her, and this end was on him. This was an encounter, and also a reunion. Then they would never be apart again. When I wrote that Liu Bai's sword was too fast, I said 2 words. It's not that I'm muddled, but my brain is muddled. In the dialect of Yichang, Hubei, the word fast can be used to describe sharpness, and the second word fast means this. But no matter how I think about it, I can't remember if there is such a saying in Mandarin. Yesterday, I wrote it as ordinary awesome. After writing it today, I thought about it and removed the word ordinary. I'm very satisfied, and I hope that everyone is satisfied too. The key is not how awesome Liu Bai is, or how awesome Ning Ke will be tomorrow. The key is the encounter on the bridge. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 889. The bridge did not break. The majestic divine power from the divine hall of light on the peak of Peach Mountain came to the front yard and kept pouring into the body of the servant in indigo. In a very short time, his aura changed dramatically. He turned from an ordinary person to a very powerful cultivator, and his cultivation kept rising. In a flash, he reached the peak of knowing destiny state and even went beyond the 5 states. The indigo-robed manservant lowered his head. He was surrounded by divine light and his face could not be seen. The people in front of the altar did not know who he was. They did not understand why the peerless power bestowed by Haotian could enter his body when it was the hierarch who performed the Tianqi. Moreover, it seemed that it would never stop. The power that did not belong to the human world entered an ordinary human and caused a strong reaction between heaven and earth. A wave invisible to the naked eye emanated from the body of the indigo-robed manservant and spread to every corner of the human world. It spread to Chang'an, Min Mountain, and even to the farthest North Sea. Without a doubt, this was the grandest Tianqi in the history of cultivation. The Tianqi state was the divine sense above the 5 states. It only appeared in the legends of the West Hill and the stories passed down by word of mouth. Ordinary people had never seen it or even heard of it. The guests who came to the right to light were either powerful cultivators or nobles in the human world. They knew about this secret. Some of them had even seen the Tianqi with their own eyes. But they never imagined that the Tianqi could last for such a long time. Why was Haotian so generous to that person? Sang Sang stood on the balcony of the divine hall of light and looked at the flowing clouds on the cliff. She was furious because the power was constantly leaving her body and entering the body of that person in the front yard of the Peach Mountain. She was in the human world, so the Tianqi was naturally grand. As for why this happened, no one in the human world knew. She knew because this had happened before. Many years ago, in the deep winter in Chang'an, she had not yet woken up. She was still that person's maidservant. When that person fought with Xiaofan, she held the big black umbrella and stood on the snow cliff by the snow lake. That night, he wanted to sing to her. So she opened up her soul to him. Then she began to sing to the snow lake and to him. She didn't want to sing for him today, but if he wanted to listen, he could. Her power entering that person's body and building a bridge between them made her extremely angry. Although it was not beyond her calculations, she was still angry. After she came to the human world, she wanted to cut off all ties with that human. That was why she did not go to Chang'an. She did not go to see him. However, what happened now proved that even if she seemed to have cut off all ties with him and could no longer sense him, as long as she really started to sing, he would be her only audience. Because from a long time ago, she was his natal. At the moment of the Tianqi, they met again, and it was hard for them to separate. She knew what he was thinking, and he could also know what she was thinking. It was as if the two of them had become a separate world again. The Sang Sang on the snow lake had willingly given her life and soul to that person. But the Sang Sang in the light palace was incomparably furious, feeling abnormally disgusted. Lightning flashed in her eyes. She waved her hand like a knife and cut off the bridge. The power in her body stopped flowing down the Peach Mountain, but she could no longer cut off the ties with the mortal world. She felt the past that only he and she understood. She felt his breath and her face turned pale. No one knew if it was because of the loss of power or because of anger. For some reason, she did not want to kill him at the moment. That was why she was angry and disgusted when they met several times in the Peach Mountain these days. As a result, the divine halls of West Hill were shaken and uneasy, but they eventually suppressed their emotions. However, she could no longer control herself. She just wanted to kill him as soon as possible. No matter what happened, she just wanted him to die. But before she killed him, she had to do one thing first. She wanted to crush the sword behind her into scrap metal. The sword came from the foot of the mountain. It was Lu Bai's sword. The most powerful sword in the human world. She kept looking at the foot of the mountain angrily, ignoring the sword. Because the sword could not even get close to her. Lu Bai's sword was quietly hovering in the air a few feet behind her. The midday autumn light spilled down, illuminating the light palace a little brighter. When the light passed through the space between the sword and her, there were some slight bends. It was only then that one could see that the space in front of the sword was slightly sunken. Looking closely, one could see that Lu Bai's sword was not static. It was moving forward at an unimaginable speed, but it could not pierce into the space in front of her. Movement and stillness strangely merged into one. It was a very strange scene. There was an invisible barrier protecting her body like a ball, isolating her from the world. Except for the ties with the mortal world, no one could enter her world. This was a space formed by her rules, which was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the realms created by cultivators in the human world. Because Haotian's world did not allow other independent worlds to exist, this space and Haotian's world had the same origin. Although they were not connected, they were vaguely connected, which allowed her to have endless regenerative power. Compared to this, the independent space formed by Yu Lian's cicada wings in the Battle of Chang'an seemed so weak. Her small world was the space itself. Lu Bai's sword had distorted the space behind her. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying the sword was. But even so, she could not enter it. She turned around to look at the sword that seemed quiet but was actually flying at a high speed. She reached out her hand. If she wanted to, she could even pluck the stars in the night sky with her hand. Not to mention that this was just a sword in the human world. At this moment, an autumn wind blew into the divine hall of light. Today was the right to light on the Peach Mountain. The divine hall of light was quiet and empty. She was not a human. With this autumn wind, a person came to the divine hall. Lu Bai. Before her fingers could touch the blade, his hand gripped the hilt. He looked at her quietly and pushed forward with his right hand. She did not expect him to appear on the Peach Mountain. Her face showed the first serious expression since she returned to the human world. She frowned slightly. A moment ago, Lu Bai was in the sword garret of South Jin Kingdom. The next moment, he appeared in the divine hall of light. Even though he was the most powerful sage of sword in the world, he could not use the limitless state. So how did he get here? She glanced at Lu Bai and saw the ancient sword. Then, she understood. The crisp sound reverberated in the quiet temple. The glaze lamp in the Xiankong temple was broken. The inkstone in the Jishou Abbey was broken. The white bones in the front gate of the Devil's Doctrine were cracked. The iron on the back of the mountain of the academy was broken. It was all because these unknown places in the human world had witnessed Lu Bai's sword. His sword could pierce through the barrier between heaven and man. Therefore, the voices of the human world were harmonious. A small crack appeared in the small world in front of her. The invisible barrier formed by the most basic rules of space was pierced by Lu Bai's sword. The gleaming sword edge moved forward by an inch, getting closer to her body by an inch. Then the inch-long sword edge started to rust at a speed visible to the naked eye. She looked at him quietly and slowly stretched out her finger. Lu Bai could not use the limitless state. How could he come to the Peach Mountain in an instant? Because his sword could travel tens of thousands of miles. And now, he was his own sword. When he held the sword hilt, he could pierce through her small world. Because he was not using the sword in his hand. He was using the sword in his heart. There was an ancient sword in his heart. The sword had killed the golden dragon and the oracle in the wilderness. Today, it became one with him and came to her. She was sure that Lu Bai was the most powerful person in the human world. But she was still expressionless. She stretched out her finger to destroy the sword in his heart. Because she was the rule of this world. Even though Lu Bai's sword could pierce through the barrier between heaven and man and space, she still had time. The eternal and cold time. At this moment, an iron arrow was shot at her back. There was no whistling sound because the iron arrow was too fast. It was almost able to ignore the distance of space. The bridge was cut off by her. The mighty divine power that fell from the divine hall of light to the front yard of Peach Mountain finally stopped. The grandest Tianqi in the history of cultivation had come to an end. The servant in indigo looked up. At this moment, his body was filled with the purest divine power. Every time he breathed, his pores were overflowing with pale white light. People still couldn't see his face clearly, but they could clearly feel the terrifying aura he was emitting. The servants around him all scattered in fear. The servant in indigo lifted his right foot and put it down. The flagstones under his feet cracked like a field after a long drought. The front yard of Peach Mountain shook slightly as if there was an earthquake. Those who stood close to him were all knocked to the ground. The soil was flipped over and an iron bow appeared in his hand. This iron bow had never been so perfect before. The bowstring was pulled to the limit by his 2 arms. People even felt that it could break at any time. The bowstring was like a full moon. He silently thought that today could finally be described as a full moon. On the bowstring that was shaped like a full moon, there was a black iron arrow. The cold arrowhead was aimed at the sacred chariot high above the front yard of Peach Mountain. The sacred chariot was covered with thousands of gauze curtains and shone brightly. It made the figure in the sacred chariot look extremely tall. The bowstring sounded. The iron arrow suddenly moved forward. The shaft and the diamond engraved on the bow rubbed violently. The talisman on the iron arrow was completed. The iron arrow left the bow, and the tail of the arrow brought with it a terrifying turbulence. Then it disappeared. At the same time the bowstring sounded, people around the altar shouted in shock. Ning Ke! Primordial 13 arrows. People around the altar still could not see the face of the servant in indigo. But they saw the iron bow and knew who he was. There was only one such iron bow in the world. This iron bow belonged to Ning Quebec Ning Ke of the Academy. Today was very tiring. I'll report the details later. There's still one more chapter that I'll continue to write. First of all, I'll thank everyone. The first one is still double the amount. I'll have to trouble everyone to vote for Jiangyi. Thank you very much. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 890. The front yard of Peach Mountain was in an uproar. No one could believe their eyes. They were all waiting for the academy to come. Who would have thought that the academy had been among them all along? When Ning Ke pulled his bow and arrow and pointed it at the tall figure in the giant sedan, the people's exclamations became even more panicked. Because everyone knew how terrifying his arrow was. Back in the wilderness, Prince Longqing, who was about to enter the knowing destiny state, was shot by Ning Ke's iron arrow and became a cripple. At that time, he had just understood the see-through state, but now he had already entered the knowing destiny state. At this time, after seizing the grandest Tianqi in the history of cultivation, he had even surpassed the threshold of the 5 states. How powerful would the iron arrow be? In fact, the hierarch in the giant sedan had already felt the danger before the crowd cried out in shock. He was the most powerful person in the front yard of Peach Mountain. He quickly recovered from his shock and shouted. His new palms danced in front of him at high speed. Suddenly, 10 distinct auras appeared in front of the sedan. These auras had an irresistible majesty, as if they were the rules under the sky. They could be used to guide anything in the world. This was the law of heaven. Back then, the hierarch was severely injured by Yu Lian in the wilderness and became a eunuch. From that day on, he extinguished his lust for sex and finally entered Taoism with the principles of heaven. This was his natal Taoist law. He was indeed the master of the divine halls of West Hill. Even though Ning Ke had taken Haotian's divine power from Tianqi, his state was still unfathomable. How could he be killed so easily? Even with the law of heaven, the hierarch did not dare to try to control the iron bow and arrow in Ning Ke's hands. Because Ning Kei's body was filled with Haotian's divine power, which had surpassed the threshold of the 5 states. It could even be said that he did not belong to this world. The law of heaven could control everything in this world. How could it control something outside this world? The Hierarch Lord's target was the divine priests and deacons of the West Hill Divine Palace below the giant sedan. 10 laws of heaven's justice fell on the crowd, and his face turned pale. Even the dean of the Revelation Institute and a dozen red-robed divine priests could not control their bodies and came before the giant sedan. Ning Kei's iron arrow had just left the bowstring. After the iron arrow left the bowstring, there was no sound. Only when it arrived in front of the giant carriage and came into contact with the first red-robed god official did a terrifying explosion occur. This red-robed god official was directly turned into a bloody dust by the iron arrow. The iron arrow continued forward and pierced the chest of the second red-robed divine adjudicator. This divine adjudicator was also blasted into bloody dust. In the air between the giant sedan and Ning Kei, there were a dozen red-robed divine priests and the dean and deputy dean of the Revelation Institute. A black light flashed, and a dozen clouds of blood mist appeared in the air. Everyone who stood in front of the chariot died. Whether it was Mo Li, the deputy headmaster of the Revelation Institute, or the headmaster of the Knowing Destiny State, they were all blasted into pieces by the iron arrows before they could react. The iron arrow entered the carriage. Tens of thousands of layers of gauze curtains fluttered in the air like disheveled cotton. The tens of thousands of rays of light were extinguished like an oil lamp in a violent gale. With a cracking sound, the huge carriage was broken into pieces, revealing the hierarch's wretched and small body. After using the law of heaven, the hierarch did not hesitate to lie down on the ground. As long as he could avoid this terrible iron arrow, he was willing to do anything. He did not care about the dignity of the supreme Taoist master anymore. But the iron arrow came too fast. Although it had blasted the dozens of divine priests into bloody mist and slowed down after destroying the giant sedan, it was still faster than everyone's imagination. When the iron arrow arrived in front of him, his knees only bent a few inches, his body only had time to tilt a little, and his palms had just been raised in front of him, so he could not completely avoid it. His face was full of fear, and his pupils shrank to the size of beans. With 2 soft sounds, his right hand in front of him turned into a cloud of bloody mist. Then, his right shoulder turned into a cloud of bloody mist. Wherever the iron arrow passed, everything turned into a cloud of bloody mist. One of his palms had been cut off by Su Shi in the Shao Mountain, and another by Yu Lian in the back of the mountain of the academy. It was only because of Haotian's favor that he could be reborn. But today, his hand was gone again. Not only that, but his right shoulder was also gone, leaving only a horrifying bloody wound. The hierarch howled mournfully, covered in blood, as if he had gone mad. The iron arrow did not stop after destroying the giant sedan. It whooshed and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it reappeared on the peak of Peach Mountain and shot into the depths of the divine hall of light. That dark iron arrow looked so simple and ordinary. However, wherever the arrow pointed at, it would be easy for anyone to get in its way. Cultivators in the see-through state and knowing destiny state could not do anything about it and were turned into a bloody mist. Even the hierarch lord was seriously injured by the arrow. How could the power of one arrow be so great? It was just a shock, not a surprise. No one was surprised. The 13 primordial arrows were the crystallization of the collective wisdom of the back of the mountain of the academy. They were made by the powerful Tang Empire, and they were the most powerful weapons that could kill people across states. In the past battles, they had already proven their power. Ning Kei was now in the Tianqi state, and he had infinite divine power in his body. Even the Abbey Dean at his peak would not dare to take an arrow from him, let alone these people in front of Peach Mountain. At that moment, people on the front yard even had an illusion that if Ning Kei's iron arrow had not been aimed at the hierarch in the giant sedan, but at Peach Mountain, the entire mountain would have been destroyed by this arrow. This was the one and only 13 primordial arrows in the world. People did not even think that the hierarch could dodge the iron arrow he shot in such a state. Although the hierarch was seriously injured, he was still alive. A powerhouse in such a state, as long as he could still breathe, was a powerful force that no one dared to ignore. Ning Kei himself was not surprised. Unlike ordinary people, the 13 primordial arrows were not like ordinary arrows. The closer the target was, the more powerful the 13 primordial arrows were. On the contrary, the farther the target was, the harder and more terrifying the 13 primordial arrows were. If he could determine the target of the arrowhead, the iron arrow shot from thousands of miles away would be truly powerful. Because no one could avoid his arrow unprepared. However, his opponent could observe his movements and react in advance. This was the reason why he could not shoot Yi Hongyu to death with his iron arrow in the many battles he had with her. Even if he was stronger than ever now, the reason would not change. He was standing too close to the giant sedan, and the hierarch could see his movements. With the hierarch's unfathomable state, he could naturally make the most accurate response. In fact, if he hadn't shot the hierarch in the wilderness and gained some experience from it, he might not have been able to hurt the hierarch with this arrow at all. He did not feel regretful that he could not kill the hierarch directly, because in the Academy's plan, the hierarch's life or death was not important. Liu Bai's sword was only a primer. The most important thing was this Grand Tianqi, which was to forcefully seize Haotian's divine power and re-establish the connection. He knew that he had achieved this, so he was very satisfied. Ignoring the hierarch, who was covered in blood and disheveled hair, he turned to the powerful cultivators in front of the altar and prepared to shoot again. Until now, no one could figure out when Ning Kei came to Peach Mountain. No one could figure out why the Haotian's divine power entered his body when it was the hierarch's Tianqi. What was the reason for all this? How could there be a cultivator who could break through the 5 states at such a young age? But the powerful cultivators knew very well that they could not let Ning Kei have another chance to shoot the 13 primordial arrows. If he did, no one in front of Peach Mountain would be able to survive. The nation master of the Golden Tribe Royal Court, the great divine priest of Baoding, reacted the fastest. First of all, this old man had the most profound state. Second, he was a priest and cultivated his psyche. The most stable person in the world was the priest. The fastest weapon in the world was psyche. Psyche was faster than any movement. It was faster than Ning Kei's drawing of the bow, and even faster than Liu Bai's sword. The nation master of the Golden Tribe looked at Ning Kei, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. His psyche entered Ning Kei's sense of perception and turned into raging waves, crashing and bombarding. Just like last year when they met in the wilderness, Ning Kei's face turned pale and he felt uneasy in his sense of perception. His right arm, which was about to take out an arrow from the box, froze. Ning Kei's psyche power was the most powerful among cultivators. However, he was not a psyche master, nor had he cultivated psyche skills. Facing the nation master, who had cultivated psyche skills for decades, he was at a disadvantage. But at this moment, his body and mind were influenced by the majestic Haotian's divine power. How could he be defeated as easily as he was that day? He blinked his eyes, and the annoyance in his sense of perception was burned into smoke, leaving only clarity. At this moment, a majestic force fell from the sky and slapped at Ning Kei's head. Ning Kei was very familiar with this force. He looked up and saw a Dharma statue in front of him. Its monk robes fluttered, and the light of Buddha shone brightly. There was a hint of killing in its compassion. In the deepest part of the light of Buddha, Qi Nian of the Xiankong temple sat cross-legged with his lips slightly open. This Dharma statue was Qi Nian's Dharma body of Akalanatha. He was reciting the authentic Buddhist mantra. The combination of the two was the most powerful Buddhist mantra emblematic gesture. Back in the Lank Temple, Ning Ke was suppressed by Qi Nian's Buddhist mantra emblematic gesture. His mantra emblematic gesture had reached the advanced level, but he had never cultivated a Dharma body, so he was no match for it. However, that was then, and today was today. Ning Ke's right hand was in the midst of retrieving the arrow. Seeing that it was too late, he turned his hand to the sky. The Dharma body of Akalanatha was full of anger. Its eyebrows were like swords, and its eyes were filled with lightning. It pressed its giant palm to the ground. The autumn forest on the side of the front yard was trembling under the pressure of Buddhism. Red and yellow leaves floated off the branches. Compared to the hill-like palm of the Dharma body of Akalanatha, Ning Ke's palm seemed so small. When the two palms met, the chi of heaven and earth on the front yard of Peach Mountain dissipated. The Dharma body of Akalanatha shattered into countless pieces. Ning Ke had used Haotian's divine power to shatter the seemingly indestructible Dharma body of Akalanatha. A ray of Haotian's divine flame came from the side. Ning Ke did not turn around, but he knew that it must be Zhao Nanhai's sneak attack. He did not pay any attention to that person. His right palm, which had just shattered the Dharma emblematic gesture, clenched in the autumn wind. His fist was hollow, as if it could contain the handle of the cutlass. He waved the cutlass and chopped at Qi Nian in the distance. With a sharp whistle, the cutlass suddenly turned red, and a horrible flame appeared. Even though Qi Nian had not cultivated his body to the level of Buddha, his body was still as strong as Vajra. However, he could not withstand Ning Ke's simple attack. His monk robe was torn, and a terrible cut appeared in front of him. Ning Ke's cutlass did not stop, nor did the whistling sound from the cutlass. The flame was burning, and the figure of the vermilion bird could be vaguely seen. The cutlass came to the front of the national master of the Golden Tribe. The national master closed his eyes and raised the ordinary-looking wooden tripod in his hand. The vermilion bird whistled again. The wooden tripod was burnt black, and cracks appeared on it. In an instant, the national master seemed to have aged dozens of years. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Zhao Nanhai's Haotian divine flame fell on Ning Quebec. Ning Ke did not seem to notice it. He turned around and looked at the successor of the great divine priest of South Sea, who was at the peak of the knowing destiny state. The cutlass broke through the momentum, and the man was sent flying dozens of feet away. Then he said, "Idiot." His body was being purified by Haotian's divine power. How could he be hurt by Haotian's divine flame? The front yard of Peach Mountain was dead silent. Ning Ke's body seemed to be burning, and so was the cutlass in his hand. Since there was no chance to shoot the primordial 13 arrows, he used the cutlass. He struck 3 times, and 3 people were seriously injured. Qi Nian, the world wayfarer of Buddhism. Great divine priest of the Golden Tribe, the national master of the Golden Tribe. And the stupid Zhao Nanhai. No one could believe what they were seeing. But it was real. Everyone knows the source of the chapter. It refers to Ning Ke and Lu Bai. Continue tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 891. The front yard of Peach Mountain shook violently. Lebu, the most powerful martial artist of the Golden Tribe Royal Court, had finally made his move. His reaction was no slower than that of the national master and Qi Nian. But because he was a martial artist, it took him some time to reach Ning Ke like a tiger. It did not matter how early he came, because he would have to retreat eventually. Ning Ke heard the whistling sound behind him. He turned his wrist and the black cutlass came back from his shoulder, hitting Lebu's fist. Previously, Li's fist had collided with Tang Xiaotong's iron cudgel countless times. It should be known that the seemingly crude iron cudgel was the sacred object of the devil's doctrine. But when he met it with his bare hands, there was not even a scratch on his fist. It could be imagined how terrifying his martial arts cultivation was. However, when his fist met with the iron cudgel, there was only a cracking sound. Like a wounded tiger, Li howled in pain. His wrist bones were all broken, and his body, which was as strong as a mountain, shook miserably and then fell heavily on the ground. At the same time, the attacks from the South Sea and the divine priests of the West Hill Divine Palace had finally arrived. Hundreds of beams of sword radiance flew at high speed toward Ning Kei's body like a storm. Everyone knew that they had to kill Ning Kei in the shortest time possible so that he would not be able to shoot a second arrow. That was why they risked their lives and attacked one after another. However, due to the difference in their cultivation states, the order of their attacks was different. Thus, the national master of the Golden Tribe, Qi Nian, and Zhao Nanhai were the ones with the highest cultivation states. Li was slightly inferior, and the rest were even lower. But this did not mean that the last round of attack was weaker than the first. There were too many people involved. Except for Lu Yiqing and Monk Guanhai of the Lank Temple, everyone else had combined their strength. If it was a dense rain of swords, no matter how good one's movements were, he would not be able to avoid it. But Ning Kei's bladesmanship had been trained in the Min Mountain wasteland. He was very familiar with it. Moreover, he had learned from Yi Hongyu that the sword garret of South Jin Kingdom should be at least 1 foot in front of you. Once he used it, even rain could not wet his clothes, not to mention the rain-like flying swords. What was shocking was that Ning Kei did not choose to dodge, nor did he brandish his blade to protect himself. Except for the Taoist sword that cut down an old divine priest from the South Sea, he did not even look at the other flying swords that attacked him. Hundreds of flying swords pierced Ning Kei's body. From the outside, he seemed to have become a hedgehog. However, in an instant, the hundreds of flying swords broke into pieces and fell at Ning Kei's feet like rotten straws. The great divine priest of Tripod, the national master of the Golden Tribe, looked solemn. The color of the wooden tripod in his hands suddenly darkened and was covered with a thin layer of frost. The national master's powerful psyche power was amplified by the wooden tripod and turned into an extremely cold psyche power mixed with the resentment of countless sacrifices from the grassland. It was aimed at Ning Kei through the air. He firmly believed that even if Ning Kei had the support of Haotian's divine power, he would still be in trouble before his bitter cold attack. However, he did not expect that the psyche power would disappear as soon as it was released. It was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea, and he could no longer find where it went. The psyche power attack was cut off by an invisible force. What kind of force could cut off the psyche power? Almost at the same time, Qi Nian also used his most powerful Buddhism sect method. Qi Nian was an eminent monk of the Xiankong Temple. He was a world wayfarer of the Buddhism sect who was as famous as Yi Su and Tang. Ever since the omen appeared in the wilderness 20 years ago, he had been practicing silent meditation with compassion and perseverance. He had been practicing for more than 10 years and no one had heard him speak again. He did not speak even when he was facing the Devil's Doctrine Grandmaster, 23-year cicada cultivation, who was hiding in the forest by the snow lake in Chang'an. Until the autumn rain in the Lank Temple a few years ago, when Ning Kei and Sang Sang were about to enter the Buddha's chessboard and Mr. Second of the Academy, Junemo, broke the silent meditation and said a word. It was this word that broke the ancient bell of the Lank Temple, and Junemo was forced to leave his back to Yi Su and throw his iron sword away. It was not hard to imagine how powerful this eminent monk's silent meditation was. Now several years had passed and Qi Nian's silent meditation was getting stronger and stronger. When he opened his lips slightly, a white lotus flower appeared between his lips and teeth in the autumn wind. This man had cultivated the Buddha's psyche into an entity. This was even more incredible than his Akalanatha Dharma idol. The white lotus flower floated away from his lips and flew toward Ning, Quebec. No one knew what kind of power this white lotus would cause, and it flew toward Ning, Quebec. Ning Ke did not know, and he did not want to know. People on the front yard of Peach Mountain wanted to know, but they could not. Because this white lotus that contained endless Buddha's psyche did not float to Ning, Quebec. Instead, it split into countless petals in front of Qi Nian's face not far away from his lips and teeth. What kind of power could cut the Buddha's psyche into pieces so quietly? Zhao Nanhai's Haotian divine light attacked Ning, Quebec. The holy light beam condensed by the divine light was cut off less than 3 feet away from his index finger. Lebu shouted and pounced on Ning Ke again like a wounded tiger. He only took 3 steps forward and a dozen deep wounds appeared on his body. Psyche was cut. White lotus was cut. Haotian divine light was cut. Even the toughest body could be easily cut down. There seemed to be countless hidden forces in the air around the altar. Those forces were so sharp that they could cut everything in the world. What kind of power could be so terrifying? The broken divine light splashed around miserably. The Buddha's psyche released by the broken white lotus twisted the light. Lebu's blood sprayed like a waterfall. Among the divine light and the blood, there were some looming lines. Those lines were the source of the power. Those lines looked messy, but they were actually in groups of 2. They were the E-talismans. Dozens of E-talismans appeared in the air in front of the altar. Those were Ning Ke's most powerful divine talismans. Those were the divine talismans that had cut the Abbey Dean into pieces in Chang'an. No one saw how he made the talismans, because no one knew that he was not only making the enemy's retreat, but also writing talismans. Every cut was a line, and 2 cuts were a talisman. E-talisman. The E-talismans were floating in front of the altar. No one dared to attack Ning Ke anymore. Even the most arrogant and powerful cultivators dared not to be presumptuous in front of these simple characters. The Abbey Dean was a good example. People were shocked speechless, not only because of Ning Ke's miraculous way of writing talismans, but also because he had written so many divine talismans in such a short time. A talisman master needed talent. Not everyone could be a talisman master. But someone like Qi Nian certainly knew some basic principles of talisman Taoism. If writing talismans could be described as writing, then the psyche power of a talisman master would be the ink used to write talismans. And writing a divine talisman required an unimaginable amount of psyche power. No matter how powerful a divine talisman master was in the cultivation world, even a divine talisman master like Master Yen Sei could not write so many divine talismans in such a short time. But Ning Ke did it. He did not even need to meditate to recover his psyche power. How did he do it? The E-talismans floated in front of the Peach Mountain. Countless leaves fell and then broke. Countless screams were heard, and many people lost their heads and legs. Qi Nian and the others looked solemn and dared not to move forward. The iron arrow was on the string, and the iron bow was bent. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ning Ke felt that he had returned to the snowstorm in Chang'an last winter. The Haotian's divine power that Tianqi received was like the infinite power given to him by Chang'an. With this power, he could do many things that others could not think of. He could write many divine talismans. He was full of confidence even when facing the Abbey Dean. It was a very good feeling. This feeling was called invincibility. Only 1 chapter today. I am not in a good state and can't understand it. 3 chapters tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 892. The autumn leaves fell from the mountain, and the whole plain was horrifying. Broken arms and blood were flying everywhere in front of Peach Mountain. Dozens of divine talismans were looming around the altar. The powerhouses were pale and coughing up blood. They all ran away. The confinement of Taoist swords in front of Tang Xiaotang was also cut into finer pieces by the cutting talisman in the air. It was a horrible scene. The hierarch lord, who was covered in blood, stood up from the broken chariot. He did not care about his injuries at all. He yelled and struck out with his left palm. Then, several streams of solemn aura attacked Ning Kei's body from afar. The academy believed in taking things for granted. As long as one had reason, one's state of mind would be strong enough. The hierarch used the law of heaven. The human world was still the world of Haotian. His law of heaven was the truth of Haotian. Naturally, it was powerful. Under the solemn aura, Ning Kei suddenly felt the momentum of waving his knife stagnate. The hierarch was seriously injured, but he could still use such a method. He was indeed the master of the divine halls of West Hill. Ning Kei was invincible in the human world. He could not be trapped by the hierarch's law of heaven. He tried to break it with his mind, but it still took him some time. The hierarch shouted, "Set up the array." In this extremely short period of time, over 1,000 divine priests on the front yard of Peach Mountain, no matter how badly injured they were, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to pray to Haotian. As the hierarch shouted, a beam of clear light rose from the front yard of Peach Mountain and touched the sky. The array of the divine hall was suddenly activated and shrank into a circle of light dozens of feet wide. The white stone altar and Ning Kei were covered in this circle of clear light. Under the guidance and direction of the priests, the tens of thousands of believers on the front lawn also began to pray. Many of the believers were injured, and their prayers sounded more like mournful cries. The prayers of tens of thousands of believers reverberated in Peach Mountain and shot up to the sky. The clear light array shrunk by hundreds of times and its power increased by hundreds of times. It pressed down on Ning Kei on the ground. Facing the array of tens of thousands of people, Ning Kei was under great pressure. He even felt like he was fighting against the whole world. If it were other cultivators, even if they were strong enough to resist the array, they would soon collapse under such mental pressure. But Ning Kei was different. He had fought against the whole world when he was fleeing for thousands of miles with Sang Sang on his back. He had experience in this aspect. He was cold enough and confident enough. With a slight change of his psyche, he used the Great Spirit to convert all the Haotian's divine power in his body into psyche power. He controlled dozens of divine talismans and fiercely rushed toward the clear light array. The clear light array and the divine talismans finally met. Dozens of white marks appeared in the air in the front yard of Peach Mountain, accompanied by a sharp sound of friction. Dozens of divine talismans could not cut through the clear light tactical array in a short time, and the clear light tactical array could not pass through the terrifying power of the divine talismans and fall on Ning Quebec. At this moment, a temporary peace and balance were formed between the clear light formation and the divine talismans. At the same time, the cuts on the clear light formation finally revealed the traces of the divine talismans. People on the front yard of Peach Mountain looked at the dozens of divine talismans surrounding the altar and in the air. They could not help but shiver. They did not see any loopholes. There were no divine talismans floating in front of the altar. But Ning Kei had already pulled his iron bow and aimed the iron arrow at that place. The divine halls of West Hill sat in the south facing north. The front yard of Peach Mountain was the only way to go up the mountain. Ning Ke stood in front of the altar and aimed his iron bow at the north. What did he want to do? It would take a long time to describe the battle. But in fact, from the moment the divine Hall of Light sent Haotian's divine power into Ning Ke's body, to the moment he shot the hierarch and defeated all the powerful enemies, to the moment the divine talismans shocked the Peach Mountain and the clear light array covered everything, it all happened in a flash. Many people died before they knew what happened. The prayers of tens of thousands of believers and thousands of divine priests and deacons were still echoing in the front yard of Peach Mountain. It was dead silent around the altar. Other than the sound of the talismans cutting the clear light array, nothing else could be heard. The powerhouses of the cultivation world retreated to a distance. They looked at Ning Ke standing in front of the altar and the iron bow in his hand. They were shocked and speechless. No one tried to stop him. They could only wait. Talisman Taoism was undoubtedly the most powerful weapon in the cultivation world. For a divine talisman master, it did not make much difference whether he was fighting one enemy or 10. But talisman Taoism had its flaws. No matter how powerful the divine talisman was, it was still limited by distance. Moreover, the talisman spirit could not last forever. As time passed, it would eventually dissipate into nature. Even though they were suffering from Ning Ke's arrows, the national master of the Golden Tribe and Qi Nian were the top figures in the cultivation world. They quickly figured out what was the most important thing to do at this moment. They retreated to a distance away from the attack range of the talismans and waited for the divine talismans in front of the altar and Ning Ke's Haotian's divine power to dissipate. As for the primordial 13 arrows, they could only pray that Ning Ke did not bring too many iron arrows, or that he would not choose them as his next target. There was no other way. After a short silence, an old and angry voice rang out. The second successor of the South Sea, the old divine priest, pointed at the sacred sedan of judgment with his bloodied hand and shouted, "Yi Hongyu, how dare you collude with the Academy?" Previously, when the South Sea challenged the West Hill Divine Palace, Yi Hongyu had killed one of their people. Even this old divine priest, who had an extremely high cultivation state, had lost his finger to her unbelievable methods. He was blaming Yi Hongyu now, not because of the previous grudge, but because of it. At this moment, only he would pay attention to what Yi Hongyu was doing. Only then did he realize that when all the powerhouses were risking their lives to attack Ning Ke, the sacred sedan of judgment did not move. Yi Hongyu did not attack at all. Now that Ning Ke's talismans were floating around the altar, all the powerhouses were forced to retreat, but the sacred sedan of judgment still did not move. Yi Hongyu was still sitting quietly in the sacred sedan. She was not attacked by the talismans. Ning Ke did not even look at her. Other than colluding with the Academy, what other explanation could there be? Only Ning Ke and Yi Hongyu could explain all this. Ning Ke did not attack her not only because he did not want to, but also because it was part of the Academy's plan. Naturally, he would not explain to the West Hill Divine Palace. Yi Hongyu did not give any explanation. She just looked at a spot with mixed emotions. She was looking at that spot when the powerhouses were attacking Ning Quebec. She was still looking at that spot when Ning Ke used dozens of terrifying divine talismans. She did not fight or dodge. She just looked at that spot without blinking. She looked at the top of the stone steps behind the altar, at the spot where the giant sedan had been. The giant sedan had been broken, and the mysterious hierarch lord had finally shown himself in front of everyone. It was a wretched, skinny, dark and short old Taoist priest. The West Hill hierarch lord's true body looked like this. If it had been any other day, it would definitely have shocked the cultivation world. However, today was the right to light, and life and death were at stake. Who would notice this? Even if they did notice it, who would keep watching when it was a matter of life and death. Yi Hongyu kept looking at the hierarch, as if to her, this matter was more important than life and death. Ning Ke did not know that she had been looking behind him. This part of the academy's plan was made by third sister. He did not even know the reason. And even if he had reached this stage, why didn't he continue to wait for hundreds of years until he was at his strongest? She raised her question to Lu Bai. Lu Bai gave a very serious answer. In front of the verdant canyon, I watched Jun Mo and Yi Su's swordsmanship. Li Manman asked someone to bring me an aura, which was the academy's view of the human world. I was enlightened. In Linкong, I saw Yi Su preaching in a shabby alley. In the end, I bathed my sword with hot blood. I was enlightened. It's not easy for an ant to shake a tree. My swordsmanship does not surpass the 5 states. If there is a threshold above the 5 states, I can cut it, even the infinite state. When the sword falls, it cuts myself. Looking at the world, the Abidine is useless. Li Manman is not good at fighting. The drunkard and the butcher are just 2 pieces of rotten meat. My swordsmanship is invincible in the human world. That is why I hate them. What hate? I hate not being able to exchange swords with Kuharan. I hate not being able to drink with Lotus. I hate not being able to be born 1,000 years ago and fight against the light in the wilderness. I hate not being able to be in the same generation as the headmaster. My predecessor has already passed away and the latter has yet to arrive. I want to draw my sword and challenge the heavens. However, the gate of the divine kingdom has been destroyed and there is no way to ascend to heaven. Lu Bai looked at her in front of the sword and said, I don't miss heaven and earth. I just want to cry. At this time, you came to the human world. How can I not come? It's not easy for an ant to shake a tree. Why do you dare to come to the Peach Mountain? This is heaven's question. I am invincible in the human world. Who else can I fight but heaven? This was the answer of the sword of the human world. What is the purpose of human cultivation? In the words of Haotian Taoism, it is a gift from Haotian. But for the academy and people like Lu Bai, cultivation has nothing to do with Haotian. It is just a means to make human beings stronger. At the end of cultivation, they will raise their swords to heaven. Kuharan did it. The headmaster had been doing it for 1,000 years. The academy was still doing it. Now it was the turn of the most powerful sword in the human world. Lu Bai was a sword. The sword in his hand used to be the most powerful sword in the human world. Now he had become a sword and merged with the sword of the human world used by the headmaster. How powerful would he be? This had never happened in the history of cultivation. As he said, he did not break through the 5 states. In the past, he did not dare to break through. Later, he did not care. Now, he did not care. Since he was a sword, if there was a threshold in front of him, he would cut it. As for whether the sword would fall on him as she said, he did not care. Because to him, this was the only thing that was interesting. Hundreds of disciples knelt in front of the sword garret of South Jin Kingdom thousands of miles away. The black sword-like mountain suddenly left the ground and pierced the sky. The disciples were shocked. When they looked up, they found that the sword peak was still in the same place. The divine hall of light shook uneasily and the sword style was awe-inspiring. Countless sword marks appeared on the hard bluestone walls. The lamp that had been extinguished for months suddenly broke into 3 pieces. The autumn wind blew from below the precipice and broke into pieces when it reached the balcony. It was like a spring breeze that tickled one's heart. The itch was unbearable. It was not the itch of excitement, but the desire to see Tao. Sang Sang stood on the balcony and looked at Lu Bai quietly. Lu Bai held the sword in his right hand and pushed it forward. He was full of joy. I'm in a much better state today. I feel good writing this chapter. I'm full of joy. I'm going to walk the dog. I'll try to finish the next chapter before 12:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.